You may take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I wish now to take this opportunity to welcome all of you and to thank you for turning up in such large numbers for this National Symposium on Youth in Politics. And this is an important symposium. We are talking about representation. We are talking about participation in politics. We are talking about, debate and finding a common consensus in order to discuss the way forward for our country. As we gather here, we shouldn't forget, especially for you, the young people, in your different capacities of service to this country, that it is no longer what they used to say in the past, the common talk of, the youth are the future leaders. 75% or around there is the common reference whenever youth issues are talked about, that they constitute the majority in our country. But if you go down into the details and start breaking down the figures in terms of representation, the youth representatives are only 5. The constitutionally allocated positions for the regions and the national female youth, only 5. And yet we have, are they 559 or they say 500 and about 24, but those are the ones who are directly elected. But if you add the ex-officials who are also members of parliament, the ministers who have been appointed and not directly elected, we have about 559 or 557 MPs. Now you only have 5 of them. Today we are going to be discussing also the position of or the capacity of the young women in politics. Of course, as we discuss, we shouldn't be over-lamenting, and that's, I've seen the youth, the presidential advisor on youth in the House is here. At the last discussion that the African youth had with the president and other leaders from the continent, the appeal was that it shouldn't be lamentation, lamentation, and lamentation. But the reality is that as we gather in this kind of discussion, that we should be taking stock of. And one of them, in terms of the participation of female youth, and I'm glad I can see a number of young female youth representatives, leaders from different parts of the country in this room. In the last cabinet of the 10th Parliament, we had about 27.5 or about there representation in cabinet. We can celebrate for a little and say it has increased since June last year when the new cabinet was mentioned, up to about 43, and that is something which is good to celebrate. 43% participation or representation in cabinet by the women. But then if you twitch the debate the other side and look at the national demographics in terms of the population, you find the women are 51% or thereabout. We are going for national census soon to confirm what it is actually. But going by the last census, the women are about 51%, with 43% representation, which is so far the best in cabinet. So these are all things that we should be discussing. We shouldn't forget them. We shouldn't lament about them. But we have to honestly and candidly discuss and see the challenges. Talking of challenges, there are a number of challenges. Commercialization of politics has gotten to its peak in this country, and you can only pity the fact that it is perhaps getting worse. Sexual harassment in politics. There are all cases of, challenges that our women, the young ladies especially, of negative perception. The other day we were discussing with some friends, and the laughter or the joke is that once your girlfriend or your wife joins politics, forget about the marriage. Those are all perceptions that we have in our politics, especially negative towards the female gender. So we shouldn't forget them. Those are issues that are going to form part of the discussions for these next 2 days. We will have lots of presentations and panel discussions, open discussions by you, the young people of Uganda. And I want to invite all of you to candidly and honestly share your views. Don't feel shy. Don't feel inhibited. Ensure that you share your views with your colleagues. We are going to start with welcome remarks from the director of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, Frank Rusa, the country director, is here with us. I want to invite him to come and give you a formal welcome, but as he comes, I don't want to forget that this symposium is organized with the kind assistance and participation of Akina Mama wa Afrika. You need to clap for them. The Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy is part of the organizers. The Youth Forum, the Parliamentary Youth Forum of Uganda, is part of the organizers. You need to clap for them as well. And we have other organizers. We also have the we have also the Multi-Party Youth Forum. So those are the 4 different organizations plus yourselves who are participating in this, representing the various youth within Uganda. I have some persons that we have to recognize before Mr. Frank Rusa comes. We have the Honorable Flavia Kalule, Woman MP Kasanda. Thank you very much. Now those are the youth who have decided to take the, to take the challenge on, and they have challenged the other stronger people indirectly, in direct constituencies, but they happen to be, youthful, so you can call them youthful members of parliament, not necessarily those who belong to the 5 slots that I just talked about. Thank you, Honorable Kalule. We have the head of cooperation of the Netherlands Embassy. You're most welcome, and thanks for the kind gesture to organize this. We also have the SG Secretary General of the PPP party. You're most welcome. We have the ED of the Netherlands Institute of Multiparty Democracy, who is also the Executive Secretary of the IPOD, Frank Rusa. We have the Executive Director of the Restless Development, Gabriel Iguma, my friend. You're most welcome, and thanks for coming. We also have the Program Specialist Political Participation, UN Woman, or Women, amidst us here. Thank you very much for participating and for coming to join the youth. We will be recognizing all of you in your different capacities as you participate here when the appropriate time comes. So Frank, now the floor is yours. I want to welcome you. Kindly, let's give Frank some energy with a good clap as he comes to welcome you to this symposium. You're most welcome, Frank.
Thank you very much, my brother Charles Odongtho. It's always nice to see you and to hear you. and we are glad to have you here today. Our guest of honor, the chief guest, is not here, but I'd like to recognize him, the Honorable Adolf Mwesige, who is the clerk to the Parliament of Uganda, honorable members of Parliament that are here, Secretaries General of the political parties of Uganda present. We're expecting more to join us. The head of cooperation of the Netherlands Embassy, Jos, and your team, and your colleague, we are glad to have you here. The leaders of youth leagues of political parties, our colleagues in civil society, leaders of the different civil society groups, organizations that have a keen interest in the working with young people who are here. I can see quite a number of you. I'll not pick you out as individuals, but we are all glad to see you here. Our friends our partners who we are working with to do this symposium, the Akina Mama Afrika, that is a very big partner of NIMD in Uganda. Akina Mama Afrika is a feminist organization that is very focused on leading the charge on women transformational leadership. And they're doing a great job. We are glad to have partnered with you on this. We also have the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. This is not just members of parliament who are youth representatives, but all members of parliament that think that youth issues are important are subscribed to this platform. It has over 140 or thereabout. So it's quite a big group of people in parliament, leaders who are really interested in young people issues. So we are very glad to also be working with them on this. Then obviously we have got the Multi-Party Youth Platform, recently inaugurated, bringing together political party leaders from the 7 political parties that are represented in Parliament, but also working together with civil society, with the National Youth Council, which is a national representative elected organ of youth leaders across the country, and the Uganda National Students Association. All these formed the Multi-Party Youth Platform, Youth Forum. So we're also glad that they are here with us. We have another partner, the Open Space. Open Space is also a youth-focused organization that is interested in doing work around youth, especially debates, trainings, and things like this. Their ED is here, Mr. Wakibu Bunya. Maybe I'll give you an opportunity to come and just say a few words before I continue. Wakibu, please come.
Thank you very much, Frank. All our invited guests, the members of parliament present, the representatives from the Dutch embassy. We are very excited at the opportunity of being part of this debate and symposium generally, because at the core of what we do as Open Space, we are about ideas, we are about debate, we are about free speech, and we are also about the power of young people. And with this program specifically, we chose to partner with NIMD because of a program that we are currently running around meaningful youth participation, where we are training youth councillors to be able to lead in their roles, but to also be able to influence different work down in their communities. And this program is specifically present in Mukono, Wakiso, and Kampala. And for this specific symposium, I just wanted to challenge you to really focus on solutions. Many times when we come for such platforms, we are very bitter and very aggressive and talking about very negative things, but today I just wanted us to challenge ourselves to think about solutions and to reimagine the way we debate ideas and provide things that we can make and put action to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wakibu, who is the ED of Open Space. I also want to recognize our colleagues from the UN Women, Agrippina Nandego, who's here. Thank you for coming. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are very excited to have you. We are really, really happy to have you. I think this National Youth Symposium is one of a kind. We are hoping that we can set the pace to have it to be maybe an annual event. We don't want it to be one of those events where we just tick the box that we did something with the young people. We want it to be a very vibrant platform that produces tangible resolutions and outcomes that can be followed up for the betterment of not only the young people in politics, but the young people generally of Uganda. I am the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy. Most of you may know about our organization because it is the host, also the host of the Interparty Organization for Dialogue for the last 10 years. We are now coming to the end of hosting the Interparty Organization for Dialogue, but we have been the secretariat for the Interparty Organization for Dialogue for the last 10 years, and in that regard, I've also been the executive secretary of IPOD. But outside our belief that it is important for politics to have an element of cooperation, that although multi-party politics is defined by competition for power, it is also possible for political parties to cooperate, especially outside election time, in the interest of advancing the common needs of society. We believe that every political party, whether in power or outside power, has something to contribute to the development of this nation. That is why those political parties have supporters. And the reason why they have supporters is because they have a manifesto from which they are trying to arrange a social contract with the people. So the ideas of all political parties matter. And we were thinking, with the cooperation of the political parties, that it would be good outside election time to have fora where you can meet and discuss and agree and develop consensus on how you want to change this country. That is part of the work that we do at NIMD. But another piece of work that we do is to strengthen political parties to be effective drivers of change in society, to aggregate the views of the people, translate them into policy, advocate for those policies, and change the lives of Ugandans. We do this through many ways. We have many programs to support youth leagues, women leagues, delegates conferences, internal democratic processes in political parties, and many other interventions. We have been doing this work with the generous support of many development partners, notably the Democratic Governance Facility, the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and others. In the next 4 years, between now and 2025, the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, working with Akina Mama or Afrika, are implementing the Power of Dialogue program in Uganda. And central to our Power of Dialogue program is the issue of youth inclusivity in politics and public processes. We have put a special focus on young people and women in politics. As Charles has told you, we will have a lot of debate here on what it really means to have effective participation of young people in politics. Is it a question of numbers? Is it a question of giving them more seats in the different spaces? Or is it a question of seeing their voices in the mainstream discourse of public policy? What do we do beyond giving them seats to see action? What does it take to make politics work for the majority of young people of this country? These are the kind of debates that we're hoping to hear, and these are the kind of conversations we want to have. So this National Youth Symposium was designed with this in mind, that we get political party youth leagues, civil society leaders, members from the international development community, our leaders in the parliament, elected leaders, and other opinion leaders in society to tackle the youth question of this country, at least the youth in politics question. What can we do to have effective youth participation? What can we do to have an inclusive decision-making process taking root in this country? What can we do to make politics work for our people? This is not a question that can be answered by anyone individually. We believe that this is a question we can answer collectively. We have a lot of resources in this room. We have got energy in this room. We have got lots of experience in this room and different ideas in this room. I hope the next 2 days can be applied to coming up with a solid way forward on this very important issue. I thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedules to make time to attend. And it means something for all of you who are here. You have been recommended by your organizations and your political parties. It says something about you. So let us have a good deliberation. Let us enjoy the time that we are here. Let us build new friends, network, and together forge the Uganda that we would like to see. Once again, you're all most welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Frank Rusa, for that opening remarks. I now want to invite Hawa Najobe, a young person who is going to give us a poem from the young people. Is Najobe here? Hawa Najobe? Or is it someone else giving us the poem? Anybody who is ready with that poem? Okay, maybe Hawa is not yet prepared. May I now invite the representative of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. Is the Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro already in the house? The Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, she was on her way. If not yet here, those of you with the program is indicating one of your MPs, Honorable Court Boniface, but a change was made, and to have Fiona, who was supposed to be here tomorrow, come today, and Boniface, who was supposed to come here today, will be with you tomorrow. But both of them will participate. May I now invite the representative of the National Youth Council. The representative of the National Youth Council. As and when these other participants come, we will fix them on the program. Okay, we have a representative of the National Youth Council. Let's put our hands together to welcome her. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, moderator. The guest of honor, our members of parliament present, representatives of the diplomatic corps, secretary generals from the different political parties present, national executive committee members of the National Youth Council, the National Youth Council members present, Presidents UNSA and your executive committee, chairpersons of the different youth league from the different political parties, the Multiparty Youth Forum members here, youth leaders, everyone in your capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. I greet you all, and I must say I am delighted to be before you this morning on this great occasion. I am Nancha Esther. I am a veterinary doctor by profession, and I am the vice chairperson to the National Youth Council. Apologies, the chairperson could not be here because of health issues, but yes, I'm here to represent the National Youth Council on his behalf and on behalf of the young people of Uganda. We are able to gather here today because of the financial resources provided by the leadership of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, AMWA, Akina Mama wa Afrika, the Open Space Center, as well as goodwill of other people, youth leaders from the different political wings, political parties, Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Youth Affairs, the National Youth Council, UNSA. So all of you, whichever role you have played to see that we have this activity and this occasion successful, we are really grateful. And to the young people, I kindly request that we applaud our esteemed funders, because for sure, they have not left us out. They have always had our cry to make sure that you have safe spaces like this one, where the young people can freely interact and share more about what they want to do in their country. So I begin by thanking each and every one of us, whatever you have done in your capacity to see this occasion successful. We are so humbled as the young people of the generation, future leaders of the country. I know many of us might not have been to Mestil, and some of you may be here for the first time, especially some of the young people. But regardless, we are all here. We have all come here. And I request that we focus more on the cause of the gathering, such that at the end of the day, whatever we esteem as our outcomes, whatever we expect to be achieved out of the occasion is actually achieved. So I call upon the collaboration of the young people to concentrate more on what has brought us for the 2 days, such that we achieve out of it. The questions we intend to ask ourselves and discuss here are timely, depending on the situation of our country. Therefore, it is necessary for a fact that we leave out all the differences that we are having as young people from the different political parties, and we focus more, regardless of your religion, your political affiliation, your economic status in society, but to all agree that we are young people, and together we can achieve better if we try to engage ourselves. As the youth leadership of our time, we must ask a basic question in democracy. If democracy is about numbers and the young people or the youth between the ages of 18, statistics is showing that we are the majority of the country, therefore we have a role to play, and we must accept that we have a role to play, young people, and therefore we should stand out and try to do what we are supposed to do as the young people. We are so privileged that we are having people who are willing to stand with us, like the ones who try to bring funds to put this together. But now we should also take it on our own as our role as the young people, such that we try to bring out the youth agenda. I want to challenge all of us. Everywhere you try to turn, there is political participation. And most of the times it proceeds by disagreements. We all can agree to this. Whichever election you go to, there are different people participating from different political parties. But we go through without agreeing with all of them, but whoever goes through, we are not even agreeing with whatever they are doing. But at the end of the day, there must be something that we must achieve. And also, we need to be organized as the young people. if we are to achieve a lot out of our country and if we are to push our country forward, then we need to find a way of organizing ourselves such that we have our agenda as the young people. It is high time that the young people of our country set our differences apart. Those are just colors. Red is just a color, yellow is just a color, green is just a color, but there is a bigger aim that we must look at if we are to achieve anything. And that is why I would like to encourage the young people to use this as an opportunity to achieve and have the agenda, and then we have the youth agenda such that at the end of the day, we have achieved as the young people of the country with our political differences put aside. I want to challenge the young people. We should choose to take the hard way. It is not usually easy if you want to achieve, but once you set up the goals, all this political division that is causing that is really putting us back, can be actually outdone if we decide to do so. We must do it the hard way and ensure that we look forward united. United we stand, divided we shall all fall, and our country is in our hands, young people. Because the elders are actually going to go anytime, but it is us to either make our country great or to fail it. For us, we have chosen to try to engage, to use all platforms. As the National Youth Council, we have chosen to try to use all platforms that we can to engage the young people in activities that benefit them. But then we have also to change, you as a person, as a young person, must change your mindset to ensure that whatever you must do for the development of your country, you do it with all of your energy, with all of your efforts, without division, either political, religious, cultural. Let us know that we are one person, and together we shall achieve better. Lastly, I thank all those once again who have done anything to ensure that this occasion is successful, and I wish the young people of the country a very good deliberation session. I know you are very bright people. I know you have very good ideas, and I request that you kindly put those very good brains to use such that we achieve whatever is destined for this occasion. I welcome you all and thank you all. Thank you.
Let's give Dr. Nancha a better clap. And, you know, one of the things you need to take seriously is when a medical doctor says that someone is about to go, you need to take it seriously. So Dr. Nancha, who is the Vice Chairperson of the National Youth Council, has said the old people are about to go. So you young people should be prepared. It is possible she knows more details about what she's talking about. Thank you very much, Doctor, for telling us so. And she came also with an apology from her chairperson, Mr. Eyeru Jacob, who is the substantive chairperson of the National Youth Council, who is unwell and couldn't be here physically. Allow me recognize the presence of one of your leaders in Parliament, the National Female Youth MP in the 11th Parliament, Fiona Nyamutoro, Honorable. Fiona, shortly I'm going to invite you, but since this is a young people's thing, don't tell them the blood relationship you and I have, because otherwise they will think I'm too old to be here and about to depart. May I check again if the poet has come? The poem that we are supposed to have, if the poet hasn't yet come, how about the representative of GEMA? is the representative of the president of JEMA party here? If not yet here, then allow me now welcome Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro to come and speak to you. Honorable Fiona, we delayed a bit to start because we were waiting for your other colleagues and yourself, and thanks that we thank you that you managed to make it. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Uncle Charles. I was not supposed to say that, but I have called him that all my life, so I don't know how not to say that. My honorable colleagues, the various dignitaries in your various capacities, the chairpersons of youth councils, the secretaries of finance, the secretaries for female affairs, the youth councillors present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This room is looking fresh this morning, but the energy is so low. What's the problem? Osborne, the young people have not yet gotten breakfast. Allow me start by bringing apologies from Honorable Okot Boniface, the current chairperson of the Parliamentary Youth Forum. He's unable to make it. He's away on duty. And the other colleagues, the regional youth members of parliament, will be joining us shortly. They are also caught up on different assignments. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to be before you this morning. I say a privilege because we have come a long way in creating a space where young people can put their minds together and deliberate on issues that contribute to development. It has been a long journey for young people to stand up and have their voices heard. I always laugh when I hear critics outside there saying, what is youth leadership in Uganda doing? All they do is converge in conference rooms and eat nice food. I wonder if these very conference rooms were present during the times of Uncle Charles. They were definitely not. So I want to encourage each and every one of you. Your presence here is not in any way a waste of time. Neither should you take it for granted. We gather here because we believe that the more we are able to share ideas, to compact them together and deliberate on pertinent issues that affect youth livelihood, the better for building blocks for our country. I wasn't here when my sister Nancha was saying that the old people are going, but I am certain that the future is ours, and the future is now. The earlier we have young people get passionate about leadership, rise up in different spaces and express themselves, the earlier we have young people stand up for causes that are actually the core of this country's moving forward, then we can say that as young people we are ready to take charge. If we have not yet reached that point where each and every one of you is uncomfortable about a situation in their community, in their society, where each and every one of you as a leader in an elective position or not takes the responsibility to speak out for the rest, to identify issues and contribute to solutions that can make a better tomorrow, then we are not ready for the future. Perhaps we could go on with a generational clash and say the ones behind us should come and take over. But I have a lot of confidence in the brains that are here tonight. I say I have confidence because I have interacted with most of you. Some of you are new faces. You are meeting me for the first time. You've probably definitely heard of the name, but this is not just a beginning point. These are steps forward that we keep counting on the progress that we are taking. So on behalf of my colleagues, the regional youth members of parliament, and on my own behalf, allow me welcome you to the National Youth Symposium. I wish you all the best in your deliberations, and I am very certain that at the end of the day, we shall have a lot of notes that we can critique as the contribution of young people towards this country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite the representative of the Netherlands Embassy, Joost van Itro, to come and talk to us. Kindly put your hands together to welcome him.
Thank you, Charles. I regret I can't call you Uncle Charles. It sounds so nice, but at least we share a table. Honourable members of Parliament, Secretaries General of political parties, Chairperson of the National Youth Council, all CSO leaders here present, youth leaders of the political leagues, the media fraternity, government officials present, ladies and gentlemen, and of course also not to forget development partners present. Good morning. On behalf of the Netherlands Embassy, I thank the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, NIMD, Akina Mama Afrika, the Multiparty Youth Forum, the National Youth Council, and the Uganda Parliamentary Forum of Youth Affairs for organizing this vital and timely symposium and for inviting us to participate in it. I'm very impressed by being here today with such a distinguished group of young leaders. From your eyes and your faces, I think I'm seeing a much, much brighter future of our world of tomorrow. And I believe you will be standing or sitting on this podium next to me and in many important positions of our community to lead this world. The Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a long relationship with the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, spanning over 10 years supporting its work in various countries. In Uganda, NIMD has been a key partner to political parties through its support for the dialogue on the iPod and the various projects designed to strengthen organizational capacities of political parties in Uganda to build their structures and capacities for enhanced participation in democratic processes. With financial support from our ministry in 2020, NIMD and 5 other partners, including Akina Mama Afrika, received support to implement the Power of Dialogue program. This program focuses on, among other things, supporting active and meaningful participation of young people in governance processes in Uganda. This youth symposium is well aligned with overall objectives of the Power of Dialogue program that works to empower young people across political barriers to constructively make important contributions to the national development. We believe that sustainable development can only happen where young people are put at the center of the political and economic processes. We all know that Uganda has a very young population, with approximately 78% of its total population being under the age of 35 years old, making up nearly half of all registered voters in Uganda. That is approximately 6.4 million young voters. It is therefore an important constituency that cannot and should not be ignored. While the youth in Uganda and the world over continues to experience a range of challenges in health, education, youth and employment, interventions such as this are pivotal in building necessary capacities of young people to look beyond their political and social differences as they work together to forge the common future they aspire to. Coming together as youth will give you the voice to put your needs and your priorities and aspirations high on the agenda. You may differ on how to tackle them, but you can set together the agenda in this country. Government interventions, like the recently launched Paris Development Model, could hold lots of potential for young people, if properly used. It is therefore important that young people are well organized and supported to play meaningful roles in the implementation of these important initiatives for their own benefit. I'm therefore pleased to learn that young people from different political parties have come together in the Multiparty Youth Forum to work with other young people in civil society to promote the common interest of young people and to elevate their chances of benefiting from the available opportunities. The National Youth Symposium seeks to create a safe space for transformational reflection to promote and safeguard democratic governance, through which young people can meaningfully contribute to the political design and influence of this beautiful country. And central to this is for young people to reinvigorate the debate regarding their role in the political leadership, governance and development of Uganda. Ultimately, this space and engagement will strengthen the transformational leadership capacities of youth and young women in politics and thereby positively contribute to the national development. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to close in the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, whose passing we mourn this month. Do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. So once again, on behalf of the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, I thank you very much for inviting us, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Joost van Ithro. Let's give him a bigger clap, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving fast in order to try and recover the time that we lost at the beginning. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable Siranda Gerald Blacks, the MP-elect for Iala. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised. Thank you very much. He has requested, actually directed me that I must add that he represents specifically the DP, the Democratic Party. And yes, they have a good participation, a powerful delegation as well of the young Democratic Party youth leaders amidst us. You may stand up for recognition. The youth from the Democratic Party, kindly stand up for recognition. Let's clap for them. Thank you very much. Thank you for participating. And you have heard what the speakers have all been saying. The problems or challenges, if you like, of the youth are of common interest to all of you, the young people, more than the differences of the approach that divide us. So that's very important that you participate. I've been informed that the poet is here with us. May I now invite Hawa Najobe before we go into the panel discussion. Hawa, you're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to clap for her. The much awaited poem. Please come and show it to them. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. All protocol observed, good morning in your respective capacities. Good morning. Yes, I love energy. My name is Hawa Nanjobe Chimbugwe. I am going to recite a fusion of two poems, both written by me. One is called We Are for the Future, and the second is called Mirembe, they call it. Yes, and I will also be having a show on the 8th of November at the National Theatre. I'm inviting all of you. Please enjoy. The universe is becoming warmer than its inhabitants. Us not being exceptional, within it is our habitat, a habitat that can't prevent us from feeling cold. At fellow humans we scoff and scold, yet cunningly we continuously urge humanity to behold, for we are told we are for the future. So if this world hates you, know that it hated me first. NNC bwebanga ya kuchawa manya yatandikira kunze kama dunia imekuchukia jua natangulia na mimi. If this world hates you, know that it hated me first. Prized out of me its trust, so never do I quench my thirst. Because above me is gravity and below me is upthrust forces that pull and push me away. It's through hell and high water that I find my way to a path filled with skulls, corpses, broken glasses, jumping, skipping, hoping I trot, and I cave into a place I would never crave, the grave, to finally piece the pieces within. But I lay restlessly herein, I still hear the Homo sapiens on the other side. I hear men crying like women for what they can't defend. I hear men becoming women in bid to mend the rain they fail to mend. I envision them walking with thine eyes covered with nets, pockets full of pistols filled with bullets, hearts out of their thoracic cavities, heads raised on top of their necks. I envision their souls collapsing in unrelenting agony, trying hard to crawl out of this mess, not to lose face, but it's too late. We are verily in total loss, mate. Innocent people lose lives to calamities so artificial, guilty ones acting superficial. I'm compelled to ask myself, what is this? What happened to shalom when harmony and laughter were louder than silence? But now life is worse than a death sentence. We live, but as survivors existing only because Syria, Libya, Palestine, Cameroon, DRC are not our residences. All we do is tweet and Facebook about their occupants' incidences and still remain with the moral audacity to introduce ourselves as human beings. I guess this is what they mean when they say there is a difference between a human being and being human. What happened to Mirembe, where we were more concerned about the neighbor next door than owning Versace's and Louis Vuitton? But now we live encaged in gates and fences with our eyes glued stuck on movies, series that preach distrust, hatred, revenge, and not love, trust, and forgiveness. So now our happiness is derived from antidepressant pills because trusting the media has got us thinking that our closest allies may actually be our greatest enemies, yet we heedfully pick leaves and Amazons from it. Woe unto us for now, our minds browse and process evil, perceiving it as good business. Our actions are a delusion, an illusion of sorts where we fight for peace and liberty, but we often take paths that get us to crossroads that get us taking sides. So now Abdurrahim and Ibrahim can barely talk to Malcolm and Tom, and Flower the miniskati can barely stand Hawa the hijabi. What happened to Salam, where unity was an SI unit of humanity? But now humanity has been streamlined, narrowed to flow along religious, cultural, racial, political, technical know-who lines, unaware that all these are impositions we are born into, and before all that, we are all humans. But we proceed by all means to live like a nest of cockroaches, contaminating and predating whatever surrounds us in the absence of light, while hiding in crevices and camouflaging in the absence of darkness. The only difference is cockroaches do not discriminate. So I'm now unlearning to relearn, to give peace, salam, shalom, and mirembe, not as just names, but attributes. I'm seeking to give peace, salam, shalom, and Mirembe. Please.
Great stuff, Najobe. Thanks a lot for the poem, and it was worth the wait. Let's give her another round of applause. We are going to start our presentations, and we are going to soon be joined by the chief guest and the government chief whip, who will talk to us when they come in. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, start with the keynote address that is going to be delivered by Councillor Frank Rusa, the Executive Secretary of IPOD and Country Director for the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy. And the theme is reality versus perception. What does effective youth leadership in political parties look like? Frank, you're most welcome. We are all ears. And that will usher us into the panel discussion. And I'm informed that the participants on the panel discussion are all present already. But may I confirm, so that once we start the roll, that we don't break the flow. Is David or Alira in? David is in. Thank you very much. Is the Honorable Flavia in? Yes, she is. The Honorable Siranda Gerald is in. And the Honorable Fiona Nyamotoro is in. So we will be hearing from them on their different experiences that they will be sharing with us as lived, and the realities following the keynote address and presentation by Councillor Frank Rusa. Frank, you're most welcome once again. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome him and listen to him earnestly.
Thank you very much, Charles. I think I would prefer to stand. I'm told the chief guest is about to be here, but all protocol observed. Of course, after my first welcoming remarks, some other dignitaries came in. I would like to recognize my friend and the Secretary General of the Democratic Party, Honorable Seranda Gerard Blacks. You're most welcome. Congratulations on that win. Gerard Seranda is one of the pioneer young leaders that are now an example of a young leader morphing now into national leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you so much for coming and for being here. Mine this morning is to give my thoughts and to stimulate a conversation, to set the pace for a conversation we would like to have on the issue of effective youth participation. What is the reality and what is the perception and what should we do about it? I come to this conversation from a standpoint of my exposure to politics and youth in politics and electoral democracy generally. For over 20 years, I have dedicated my life to work around the intersection of law, international development, democracy, youth participation, and political party development. I have worked in various capacities in the public sector. I was once a state attorney. I became head of the legal department of the Uganda Electoral Commission. In the referendum of 2005, I was the registrar of sides, and also technical advisor to the cabinet subcommittee on the transition from no-party politics, also known as movement politics, to multi-party politics. In that time, I got a very good view of some of the challenges that we had of making an attitudinal shift from movement political system to a multi-party political system. I spent some time in the international development world working with the Democratic Governance Facility, which many of you know, focusing on civic engagement and election integrity. I am glad to have been at the DGF at the time when we commenced funding for the IOP, Interparty Youth Platform, and other youth platforms. So I got to learn a lot about the work of young people. For the last 4 years, I've also had a hat on as the Executive Secretary of the Interparty Organization for Dialogue, promoting dialogue at the highest levels between presidents of political parties and the Secretary Generals of political parties. We have worked with the youth leagues of political parties, women leagues of the parties, people with disabilities, and have gotten an insight into some of the operations of your political parties. Above that, I am a Ugandan who's very passionate about politics and development. I believe that every society's fortunes depend a lot on the governance in that society. And when you resolve the issues of governance, then you are in a good position to transform your society into a better place. We have heard of countries that have transformed from being third world countries to first world countries in a period of 3 decades. The story of Singapore comes to mind. And I know it also that the strongest asset any nation can have is its human resource, is its people. We know countries in the world that do not have even any natural resources to talk about, but they are very prosperous countries. They are prosperous countries because they have effectively used and utilized their human resource potential effectively. We need to know that it is important. Any nation is transformed by its people. The quality of the people has a lot to do on the story and prospects of any country. The countries that we look up to and say these are developed countries did not just develop overnight. There was deliberate, well thought out, concerted, consistent efforts to transform those countries. And they relied on their people. The majority of our people in this country are young people. I have heard a statistic said many times that Uganda has got 78% of its people under the age of 35. The UN defines youth as people between the age of 15 and 24. The National Youth Policy in Uganda defines youth as those between 18 and 30. But for purposes of this discussion, allow me to stretch it a bit and say that for me, I think a youthful person is anyone between the age of 18 to about 35. And according to the recently released statistics of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the people who are between 18 and 35 are in the region of about 35% of our population. It is not true that all the 78% are youth. No, it is about 35% because the others under 15 are over 50. Many of them are children. But that notwithstanding, the people aged between 18 and 35 constitute almost half of the voting population, which means that they are most politically consequential group of people that we have in this country. Politically consequential in terms that if they chose to all participate effectively in politics, something will happen. Because the numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Half of Uganda's voting population are young people. But it is important to understand that young people are not homogeneous. They're not uniform. I hear people talking about young people as if it is a group of uniform, it's a uniform constituency. It is not. There are young people in the rural areas, there are young people in urban centers. Different people. There are young people who are educated, there are young people who are not educated. There are young people who are well-to-do, and there are young people who are poor. There are young people in the corporate class, like some of you here, and the young people in the peasant class living off the fields and the farms. So young people in this country are experiencing different realities. The realities of young people are different, and they need to be understood from the subjective lens of where they are, where they live, what they do, and what they aspire to achieve. It would therefore be a mistake to speak in generalities. But that said, we also need to understand that there is a common code among all young people. Even though they are not homogeneous, they have certain commonalities. And those commonalities do not only affect young people in Uganda, but I dare say young people across the world. And that is the desire to see a good future. The desire to have better days ahead, to found families, to look after their children, to be able to live lives of dignity. I am talking about access to good education. I'm talking about access to good health care, opportunities to make life meaningful. I'm talking about the opportunity to have a dignified life. Whether somebody is in the rural area or in an urban area, whether somebody is educated or not educated, rich or poor, everybody wants to live in dignity. Everybody wants a future that is worthwhile. At least on that one, we are all on the same page. Young people are special because if you think about somebody between the age of 20 and 35, these are the ages where people are most energetic. They can afford to make some mistakes and learn from them because they still have time. They can learn new things and unlearn other things. They can change their minds about things that don't work and adopt a line of doing things that work. Young people are the future of any society. That's why we have to pay special attention to them. Now, we have to realize that the welfare of citizens of any country depends a lot on the policies and practices that particular country chooses to take in dealing with the big question of distribution of limited resources. How do we use our resources? How do we apply the limited resources that we have? That is when politics comes in. Politics comes in when we start thinking about resources and how we are equitably using those resources to transform our society. For purposes of this discussion this morning, ladies and gentlemen, let me use the working definition of politics that I picked from Wikipedia. And politics, according to Wikipedia, is activities that are associated with making decisions in groups or other forms of power relations among individuals, such as the distribution of resources and status. In that definition, there are key words that I want you to pay attention to. Groups, decisions, and distribution of resources. That shows you how important politics is. That shows you how important politics is. How do we make decisions to affect distribution of limited resources in a manner that is equitable, that will have the impact of transforming a society? But even better, that shows you how important it is to have the biggest constituency, the most politically consequential constituency involved in that discussion. That means it is important that we ask ourselves, are the young people meaningfully participating in politics? I want to underline meaningfully participating. What do I mean by meaningful participation in politics? I mean good organization. I mean clear ideological thinking. I mean effective mobilization and advocacy, leading to pro-people policies that are tangible, that are measurable, that can be seen from a distance, that have got impact on the everyday life of citizens. That is meaningful participation. It is not just about having a seat on the table. It is not about being invited to participate in a meeting. It means your voice mattering. It means results being recorded. It means lives being changed. That is what meaningful participation is about. This is what we want to interrogate this morning. And we want to have a meaningful discussion about meaningful participation of young people. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you to consider a few questions as we begin this discussion. Are young people involved as a group in decisions that affect them, even in their own political parties, even in the district councils, even at the national level, even in the communities, even in the religious circles? Are young people involved as a group meaningfully in the decisions, in coming up with the decisions that affect them? Are young people adding good value to the processes of decision making? Okay, you have clamored for a space on the table. When you are given that space, do you have the capacity and ability and willingness to make a positive contribution? Do you have that capacity? Let us interrogate that question. The President of Uganda, General Yoweri Museveni, has on many occasions challenged the young people on the fact that it should be more about ideology than biology to define who an effective young leader should be. I think his argument is that it's not enough to say that you are young. You should tell us that while you are young, what is the idea that you have to transform society? That is the challenge the President has given to the young people of this country. I find that position intellectually challenging. In other words, we need to ask ourselves, what are we as young people articulating? How are we organizing? How do we get things done? And are we making them get done for our benefit? Let me give you a little bit about the history of this country when it comes to young people. It is not true that the young people do not know what they want. It is not true that the young people cannot do things, because our history is full of stories of young people doing amazing things. Uganda has a rich history of young people playing very important roles in society. On the journey to Uganda's independence in 1962, before Uganda's independence in 1962, and even immediately after independence, it was young people that dominated the political space. It is young people who fought for independence in this country. It is young people who formed the first post-independence government of Uganda. It is young people who populated civil service jobs and did all the things that we have found as growing up in this country was led by young people. But what was the quality of those young people? Were they young people like us? Were they of a different quality? What motivated them? What shaped their attitudes? What shaped their convictions? How come they were like that and they were able to achieve what they achieved? A good look at the Hansards will tell you about the quality of young people in that time. I like to read a lot of books, and I read a book called From Obote to Obote by Akina Doko. It is just a story from the lenses of Akina Doko about politics in the 60s. And it was very interesting seeing what was going on in the parliament of the day. We had people between 25 and 30 doing amazing things in that parliament. The likes of Abu Mayanja, Joash Mayanja Nkanji, Apollo Milton Obote himself, somebody called George Magezi, Lumu, Grace Ibingira, and many others that we can read about. These guys were in their 20s and early 30s. They moved motions that were incredible. I could go on and on and on and on to tell you about what young people of Uganda in their 60s did for this country. In politics, and in business and other areas. But even fast forward to today, look at the leaders who are here in Uganda today. President Yoweri Museveni has told us several times that his advent into national politics was while he was a student at Intare School and later Dar es Salaam University, somewhere around 1965. Even the likes of Mugisha Muntu of the Alliance of National Transformation will tell you he left his university in Livingstone and walked straight to go and join the Bush War to participate in a political process of his country. Dr. Kiza Besigye walked out of Nairobi Hospital as a young doctor to come and participate in the struggle for democracy in Uganda. So many notable politicians of Uganda today crafted their political acumen and focus while they were young people. Very young people, some of them. In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, even up to the early 90s, Makerere University was the bastion of vibrant politics and contributions to national public discourse. Student leaders and student associations like NUSU used to be very, very influential in the politics of the day. Actually, many guild presidents from Makerere University would naturally progress into national leadership positions. People like Olaro Otunu, Ogenga Otunu, the late Tumusime Mtebide, Norbert Mao, and many, many others are products of student leadership at the universities. Even as late as the 90s, when me and Uncle Charles Odonkto were at uni, public debates were a commonplace at the university. I remember how many times we'd go to the Freedom Square to have debates with the like of the late Nobo Mayombo, the Honorable Kahindo Tafire, the Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, the late Professor Kajabagu Karusoke, debates on a wide ranging of issues, privatization, structural adjustment, multipartyism, all sorts of debates. We would gather in our hundreds and have debates with the Andrew Mendes and many others. Erias Lukwago now, Mayor of Kampala, and others. There used to be serious public spiritedness at the university. Public spiritedness. A genuine interest in public affairs. A genuine interest in trying to see what we could do to influence the way things were going. Sometimes I wonder whether this public spiritedness still exists in our universities. Or if it doesn't, what happened? Why aren't our young people no longer interested or as interested as we were in public affairs? These are the questions I would like your minds to begin thinking about. When you think about a young person in politics today, in Uganda of today, in your Uganda, what comes to mind? There's a general feeling that young people are largely disengaged. They are largely disengaged with the political and public processes of this country. You can just do a few walks on the streets, on the highways of Twitter and Facebook to see what young people are interested in. And you wonder why. Why is it like that? A walk along the highways of Twitter and Facebook will show you young people who are increasingly apathetic, almost coming off as if they're disgusted with the political processes. We see a generation of keyboard warriors that are resorting to fight foul digital battles with each other and spending a lot of time tearing down each other and quarreling over this and that. And you get worried about what this means for the future. Genuinely worried. What is this going to lead to? Why do we have this trend? What can we do to reverse this? How can we get the young people of Uganda once again fired up in a constructive, patriotic way so that we can all contribute in our different ways, with our different talents, with our different abilities to the Uganda that we want and the Uganda that works for all? What shall it take? What shall it take for us to wake up and realize that there is not going to be a single donor from any part of this country that is going to transform our country? What shall it take to realize that every Ugandan, regardless of where they come from, their ethnicity, their tribe, their religion, has a role to play in transformation of this country and give its voice the required dignity and respect so it can make a contribution to the story of our nation? What shall it take is the question I present to this symposium. I hope that in the course of the discussions we are going to have, you will have an honest feedback into what is it going to take to transform our country so that this country works for all. We are here to interrogate when the rain started beating us. Where did we go wrong? And how can we change it? There have been many spaces that have been created for young people to participate in politics. I told you when I was at DGF, we worked very hard to see IOP start, the Interparty Youth Platform. We did a lot of work with IRI, with young people. There's so many things going on for young people in civil society. You've heard our colleague from Open Spaces telling you what they are doing with young people. I do not even agree that there are few positions for young people to participate in politics. No, there may be few positions in Parliament, 5 members of Parliament, but there are so many positions in the local councils where young people can participate. This country has over 2 million elected positions. Do you know that? We are one of the most led countries, if I may use such a word. Every 20 Ugandans, one is a leader. So there's so much space for elective positions. There's a whole elaborate structure of the National Youth Council with so many positions, and many of you are coming from that. But has the increased number of elected leaders who are young people changed the story of young people in this country? Why is it that we are not translating these positions and sitting on them into serious dividends for young people in this country, in terms of sharing the national cake, in terms of real tangible things that mean things to the everyday person? Could it mean that we're focusing a lot on quantity and not quality? All the main political parties in this country have got youth leagues. All of them, all the main ones, at least the 7 who are in Parliament. And those youth leagues are populated by people who are routinely elected. How much do these youth leagues influence the policy positions of their parties? or what happened, what is captured in a party manifesto. I'm glad we have got Secretary Generals who are here. Maybe they will tell us how much do young people feed into how parties run in this country. Is it enough just to have youth leagues? How do we make youth leagues effective in political parties? I really thank the Secretary Generals who are here because it shows that you're interested in young people, and I hope we shall have a good conversation about that. We see youth very active during campaign seasons. Very active on social media, even physically, in campaign rallies, mobilizing people, sometimes even, unfortunately, being used in violence during elections. And after elections, they're discarded and forgotten. Their voices disappear. Why are their voices disappearing? Are they gagged or they are not proactive enough? What is causing this gap? This thing that puzzles us of the majority being the weakest. Why? Why is it like that? These are questions for you. These are questions to stimulate your conversation. And we would like to hear why is it like that, and therefore, what can we do about it? I've often told my colleagues in the various strategy meetings that we have that if you cannot diagnose a problem correctly, forget about attempting to prescribe a solution to it. If you cannot go on the drawing board and put your finger on what the problem is, forget about having the ability to prescribe a solution. Because you can't. You just can't. We need to go back to the drawing board to find out when the rain started beating us, as they say. I have had young people many times come to me and say, Mr. Rusa, can you help us get a seat on the table? Can you help us get our voices heard? And I'd say, that's okay. It is one thing to demand for a seat on the table, but it's a whole different ball game to make good use of that seat on the table. What do you want to say? Have you researched what you want to say? Have you developed your capacity? Have you invested in utilizing that seat that you are clamoring for? Because otherwise you'll just become a statistic. They'll just say there's so many young people here. But what are they doing? Think about that. What are the young people advocating for? I told all these leaders of yours, the ones who have been working with, whenever they would tell me that the problem is resources, I said, that's not true. That's not true. The problem is lack of good ideas. Because the moment you have good ideas, ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you, and you can take this to the bank, resources will follow you. The day a good idea like the Multiparty Youth Platform came about, do you see how resources are following you? Why are we here? Good ideas attract resources. Don't say that, let me first get resources, then I'll tell you which ideas I'll come up with. That will never happen. You need to invest in good ideas. So I think that some of the questions, if we are to make this symposium worth our while, we're going to ask ourselves some tough questions and make an attempt to answer them honestly. Or else we'll be wasting time. How are young people introduced to politics? What are the incentives to participate in politics today? We know about the incentives in the past. We had people wanted to get independence. We have had people wanted to see democracy reestablished, good governance, and they went out and did whatever they had to do to make that happen. What are the incentives today? When you choose to say, now I'm going to stand as a leader of the youth in this and that position, what is your incentive? What do you want to do? Why are you getting there? What is driving you? What puts the fire for politics in you? What are you seeking to achieve? This is where the question of ideological grounding comes in. What is it that you want? What is the problem in society that you have seen that you want to make a contribution towards? What are you trying to solve? And then, what mentorship do you get? What mentorship is available out there for our young leaders? Is it just enough to be popular, win an election, become honorable X and Y, and that's it? Is that how things work? We are in a very competitive global world where some countries want to get an edge over others. We're in a world where we need to think seriously about our security, not for now, but even security for the future. That is the reason why some people are thinking about regional integration. Things like African Union, things like East African Community, ECOWAS, COMESA, and the rest become relevant because there are certain interests we are thinking about for our own sustenance and sustainability as a people. What are your views about that? What are your views about a Uganda in East Africa and an East Africa in Africa? What are those strong points that cause you to be interested in politics, to want to make a contribution? These are questions we need to interrogate. We have to go back to the basics to build the necessary ideological and intellectual infrastructure to make a youth leadership that can promise to be a national leadership that will transform our country. It's not enough to be popular. That's not enough. What do you want to change? How do you want to change it? Based on what? These are the questions, if you want to be a serious leader, that you should be thinking about. We are here this morning to ask ourselves, how do we construct that infrastructure? How do we construct a progressive, patriotic, and effective crop of young people that will make Uganda shine, even when the days of our children come? That's why I think the National Youth Symposium was a great idea. It is important for young people to realize that the challenges that they face are not dressed in party colors. The problems of an NRM supporting youth, one day I had something called NRM poor youth. The challenges the NRM poor youth suffers are not different from the youth from JEMA, or from PPP, or from UPC, or from DP, or from NUP. They're not different. The challenges are the same. The problems are the same. We all want more employment opportunities. We all want healthcare services that work. We all want an education that makes sense. We all want that. So when the political leaders of the youth leagues come together from the different parties and say we want to have a cross-party conversation about how to change our country, how to make things better, it is impressive. It is impressive. I think that the future that we all are hoping for has sent us some demands that we have to work together. We have to respect each other. We have to think strategically and not just tactically. Short-term wins can be great, but they're not sustainable. We all need each other in the struggle for a better Uganda. Doesn't matter which party you come from. Doesn't matter which schools you went to. We're in this boat together. If it sinks, we sink together. The young people gathered in this room represent very many others out there. Some of the people you represent are losing hope. Some of the people you represent have given up. It is up to you to go back and stimulate that hope again. We need to get people to believe that Uganda can work. and you can do it. That's why we're here. I am glad that the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs is here. Because these are the people in Parliament who pass laws. So if you have 140 people in Parliament saying they understand that youth issues are important, what excuse shall we have for our resolutions not getting to the floor of Parliament? Why? I am glad that the presidential advisor, I heard that the presidential advisor on youth affairs is here. That's great. So we have somebody who can take your views to the president of Uganda. We need to think about the quality of those things that we want to advocate for. I am glad that we have got representatives from the donor community here. UN Women is here. The Netherlands Embassy is here. And others are following us online. As somebody who has worked in the DGF for a long time, I've worked a lot on the donor side of things. I think these young people and what they're trying to do is worth supporting. Thank you for clapping. You have vision. So to our development partners, I hope that you can support the young people. A journey of building progressive cross-party networks of young people dedicated to working together for the betterment of young people is a job for all of us, and we have to work together to achieve it. Lastly, I want to just let you know about there's something that I feel personally. I accepted to be the country director for the Netherlands Institute for I was in the USA studying at Harvard when I got the opportunity, when they interested me to come and be the country director for NIMD. I had no plans to come at that time. But when they told me that the argument, what they wanted me to do, was to lead the conversation between political parties, to find a common position on a couple of things, I thought it was very challenging, but also thought it was a great opportunity. I believe that the future of Uganda belongs to moderates. People who are willing to work with each other. And I thought that working towards contributing, building bridges between political parties, between generations, and evolving a conversation about the Uganda that we want was a very important thing. I must say I am really, really sad to know that it may not be possible for IPOD to continue in the way it was supposed to continue, because some of the political parties have chosen to step out. I believe that those who have chosen to step out have very concrete reasons that have made them reluctant to join. But I did not think those reasons were insurmountable. We need this country to realize that it is important, despite our differences, despite our pains, to be able to talk to each other. Nelson Mandela, after 27 years in Robben Island, must have, and another human being must have thought that he should come out begging for revenge. But no, he said, I need to speak to my jailers. I need to speak to my jailers, not to ask them to apologize for what they did to me, but I need to speak to my jailers about the possibility of having a better South Africa, that people who will come after me will not go through what I've gone through. That's the spirit of leadership. I would like to encourage all the young people in this room to realize that we are in this together. It is important for us to be willing to talk to each other respectfully, whether you're in power or outside power. At IPOD, we used to say, putting Uganda first. And that means putting yourself second. This country will be here even when we are long gone. Our fathers who set it up for us are not here to see what we are seeing, but we can see the footprint of their contribution when we walk to Mulago Hospital, when we go to the old schools of Namilyango and Budo. We know what they did, and we are grateful for what they did. The question is, what will those who come after us say about what we did in our time? Youthfulness is transitional. You'll not be youth in 10 years' time. It will be gone. But what did you do in your time? What did you do in your time? History will ask you, what did you do in your time? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Council Frank Rusa, for those very enlightening Thank you very much for those thought-provoking delivery, and he has asked more questions, and I'm sure that your mind is now more open to the discussions. It will be okay for you to ask more questions and pile them on as we continue the discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to request that we go for a tea break. It's only fitting that such a serious, thought-provoking presentation is followed by, you know, some time to contemplate as you come back for the real discussions. We are awaiting the arrival, and it should be very shortly, of the guest of honor, and then we will enter into the panel discussion. I thought that we could start with the panel discussion before we go for the break, but some members, especially those who slept around here, had not taken tea, so I've been advised that we take break of about 20 minutes. Kindly go and pick your cup of tea with whatever you find, and then you come back and take your seat, and then we shall proceed to the panel discussion as earlier constituted. So let's go for the break now, and by my watch it's 25 minutes to midday. So can we come back here at exactly 5 minutes to midday? In those 20 minutes we shall have picked, all of us will have picked our cup of tea. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call back the meeting to order, and House is as earlier constituted. We are going to go into the first panel discussion. Before I invite the panelists, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Fred Ebil, right here, waving to you. He's the Secretary General of the Uganda People's Congress, or the UPC as we know it. Thank you very much, Honorable, for coming to join the young people at this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, as earlier discussed, the keynote address has already been delivered by Councillor Frank Rusa, who is the Executive Secretary of IPOD and Country Director for NIMD. And the topic of his presentation was reality versus perception. What does effective youth leadership in political parties look like? And we all agree that he did justice, tremendous justice to the topic. And now allow me take this opportunity to invite the persons whose names I'm going to read to take up their seats at the front here. We will have David O. Alira, the Secretary General of PPP. Honorable David Alira, kindly come up and take up your seat. We will have also Honorable Flavia Kalule, woman MP. Honorable Flavia, you're most welcome. On the panel, we will also have Honorable Siranda Gerald Blacks from the Democratic Party and newly elected MP to the East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable Siranda, kindly come up and take your seat. Finally, on this panel, we will have Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, National Female Youth MP. May I invite those persons whose names I've read to kindly come up and take up their chairman can go through the other side as well. You can go through the other side. Yes. No. Move and sit there. Go and sit there.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm informed we are going to have a bit of a change. Instead of Honorable Fiona, we will have the Honorable Linda Auma, woman MP for Lira. For Lira, not Lira. You're most welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together to welcome her. Along the same vein, allow me to recognize the presence of my good friend, the Honorable Rugumayo Edson, the MP Youth Western. Let's welcome him. Now we are fully constituted as a panel, and this panel is going to be sharing with us their lived experiences and realities, and following from the keynote presentation on the topic reality versus perception. What does effective youth leadership in political parties look like? We have 40 minutes for the panel. What I'm going to do, I'm going to request each of them to open up with a 2-minute each overview of the presentation they are going to deliver, and then we will follow it up with questions here and there to tease out their experiences and to learn more, and at an appropriate time, we will bring in the plenary to also ask them some questions so that we can exhaustively reflect and share the, reflect on and share the experiences as they are going to be throwing at us. So since it is a 50-50, there is going to be no affirmative action from the moderator because there is no need. They are ably represented and evenly, actually. So I will just start from the extreme left. David, kindly start us off.
Thank you. Once again, my name is David Alira. I am the Secretary General of the PPP. I also sit in the iPod Council of the Secretary Generals, and I am excited and happy to be here. And moderator, did you say we have 2 minutes to... Thank you. Very quickly, from my experiences so far, I have come to the realization that the youth, the young people who are active and participating in politics should get to understand that nobody is going to be out there to organize and prepare and lay a foundation for them to be successful in leadership, and more importantly, to be a part of the decision-making processes in the country. I can tell you, the people who are occupying spaces today want to keep those spaces. And limitations, the thinking that, somebody, somewhere, somehow should do things for you, is something you need to reflect over. It is just not going to be there. You have got to, fight your way. You've got to open up the space for yourselves. You've got to penetrate through. I listened to Mr. Frank Rusa as he was giving the keynote address. And he referred to, the history of this country being one that has been led by young people. And I can't agree more. The Musevenis were young people when they took over power. Actually, he went to the bush when he was in his 30s. And he gave so many examples. Even when you look back, the times of the Obotes, these were young people. Now, we cannot sit and begin to think that for them, the environment was very, conducive. Everything was okay. The laws were, favorable. And so they just walked through. No, we are talking about decision-making for a country that borders on power. You cannot talk of power and you think somebody will just work it out for you. It never works that way. You have got to work it out yourselves. And the element of age is not what we can give as an excuse. In fact, the youth are at the right stage to make the influences that they need for their country. We've seen this beyond just this country. Look at people like Sankara in Burkina Faso. Young men, at 34 years, he took over power. At 34 years, the environment then was even worse than it is for us today. They managed to beat the odds. So what I'm here to say is that we do not have to have excuses. We do not have to look for, people out there to create room for us. We have to do it ourselves. The most important thing about it, though, is that it is high time we realized that we must do things in a manner that transcends political parties, in a manner that, transcends religious lines. We must realize that we are a generation. You are a generation that must work together to realize the dreams that you're having.
Thank you. The Honorable.
Thank you very much, Charles, and good morning. Are we still in it? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nabagawe Kaole Flavia, Woman Member of Parliament, Kasanda District, Chairperson, National Unity Platform Women League, and IP representative of the opposition. Now, some years ago, I was born to two parents, a woman and a man. The year I was born, shortly after the year I was born, my father passed on, just a few months after I was born. My father, who was a medical doctor, passed on. 16 years down the road, my mother passed on. But she was a person who was highly placed, very politically engaged. She contested in a CA. She contested and lost because she was imprisoned in there. She was a head teacher of so many primary schools, so I kept being shifted from one school to another until I was settled in a boarding primary school in Namagunga by then. And shortly after her passing on, while I was in my senior 4, I was relocated into my uncle's home. And while I was at my uncle's home, I worked so hard to attain a position in Makerere University and be able to cater to my school fees, at the same time cater to my, the whole of residence fees. I am glad that I was able to do that. In my very first year, I contested for Guild Representative Council as a fresher. I never made it, but I learned so many things along the way about politics and leadership. In my second year, moving to my final year, I contested at Makerere University as the chairperson of CCE, Complex Hall. A complex, oi? Any crocodiles in the house? A crocodile's oi. And politics being the politics at that time, political parties had already infiltrated Makerere University leadership. The money had already infiltrated the leadership of the university. I am a person who was struggling to raise school fees, tuition at the university, raise the money for my hall of residence, and I am a person who wanted to be a leader at the university. I did not have resources even for posters. I didn't even have resources for logistics. But I never gave up on my dream that I had started in my first year. And I contested with the person who had the largest amounts of money. I was an independent, she was on the NRM ticket, and she lost overwhelmingly, and I won that election. When I moved out of campus, I'm a teacher professionally. I taught in Amirango College for quite a number of years. But I had at the back of my mind a need to move into national politics at some point. But I knew I needed skills and knowledge to help me get to that position. Which skills and knowledge I couldn't get in a classroom. Of course, the classroom experiences taught me so many things about gender imbalances and inequality, about the patriarchal society we live in, and I needed to have better experiences, but that needed me to move into political leadership. Through a friend who is a mentor as well, that I acquired in my very first year of campus, when I decided to contest for GRC, she pointed me towards the direction of where I wanted to go in a women's space to learn more about women's rights and activism. And so I applied, lost a number of times, but later on, a few years down the road, I was approached by that organization and they told me that they had one opening for an intern. And I told them I would take that gladly. I actually started as a volunteer. I left my job at Namirango College, free housing, free food. I wasn't paying any bills, and I had a very fat salary because I was in a prestigious school. And I knew what I was doing in teaching. But I had to resign to join this organization to become a volunteer, catering without a salary, but catering to my own transport. And I moved into the Forum for Women in Democracy. I was getting minimal benefits in terms of finances and resources, but I was the happiest at heart because I was in the space I gladly wanted to be in that I knew would push me on to the next level of my life. Because my vision was to become a national leader advocating for women's rights. And Forward is the space that opened up the doors. It connected me to great women in this country, to politicians of all caliber. And I am glad to say that my very first supervisor in Forward is here with us. That's Agrippina Nandego, who is working with the UN Women. She told me everything I knew about political and civic space. And at the time of 2016, having trained a number of legislators, members of parliament, worked with local government councillors, worked with technocrats, I had acquired enough knowledge and skills to push me into the political arena. I knew that I was now not going to be a part of the number that keeps lamenting that young people need to be in the political arena. I needed to change the rhetoric. So 2016, I was ready with the knowledge, with the skills, no resources, but with the right networks. And I contested for the very first time at national leadership as a member of parliament, Mubende district. Of course, the question of deciding which political party to join was key because we are in a multi-party system. But one thing that was very clear to me was that I was not going to join the national resistance movement. The other options were available except that. So I decided to go into a district where I was born before Kasana district was split. And I contested in an election that was highly contested with a minister by then. And I was just 30 years old. I made 30 years during the campaigns.
Thank you.
But I was able to do that. And as I conclude, I lost that election for a number of reasons, which I'll be sharing in the experiences we are going to give. But I never gave up. 2021 came back and I contested, and here I am. The noob came in, I was a young lady that they had never seen, and immediately they trusted me to be the chairperson of their women league of the national country. We are talking about young people who are in the political arena. I think we need to gather our courage to join these spaces, and notwithstanding all the fears that we may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Never give up, be courageous, and you must sacrifice. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to recognize and welcome the Honorable Dennis Hamson Obua, the Government Chief Whip, a Jury County MP in the Great Lango region, and he's here with us. At his appropriate time, when I invite him, he probably will likewise share his own experiences, because like many of you, like the rest here at the podium, he came through from that youth position in Parliament. So thank you very much, Honorable Dennis, for joining these young colleagues of yours. Let's now hear from the Honorable Randa Gerald, newly elected MP for the East African Legislative Assembly, representing Uganda at Arusha, but through the DP flag. You're most welcome. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities, and by the grace of God, I am Siranda Gerard Blacks Lucas Senior. They're juniors, I'm now the senior. And I appreciate God. And by God's grace, I'm the Secretary General of the oldest party, the second oldest party on the continent, the Democratic Party, the party I believe in. And I want to appreciate the Democrats that are here, led by Mama Maxi and Kiria, the UID president. The league that has nurtured many Ugandans into politics. I sit on the iPod Council of Secretary Generals, together with my other colleagues. I also sit on the National Consultative Forum of Political Parties, and I also sit on the National Dialogue Coordination Team. And all those are by the grace of God, not age, but the grace of God and being a hustler to go and get. I want to share my experiences, but also in a reflection. Frank's discussion was basically tickling our mind and not only apportioning blame on where we want to go. I come from the East. I come from Busia and Palisa, and I have grown up in Mbale. And in life, most of these initiatives are for us to work to get there and have it. We have the majority of all the young people. In my party, I think I am a member of Parliament now for the East African Legislative Assembly. I want to appreciate the Honorable Linda and our whip and the many members of Parliament that are now my voters and therefore my bosses. But courtesy comes from my political party. And I know that on our National Executive Committee, I think we have the youngest leaders of our party. 90% of the elderly, except a few like Honorable Max and a very few supported me, but I depended on the vote of the young people. Do we know what we want as young people? Can we define a common mission of what we want to get? Can we put aside all our differences and walk the journey into what we want to get? Using the numbers that Frank was saying, we have majority of the numbers. But most of the time, the young people are very active during the time pre-elections and during elections. Post-election, you don't find them. And yet, post-election is the situation where we are talking about the budget line, where we are talking about the resources, we are talking about the money. We were used during the posting of the posters and also during the casting and ferrying people to vote. But when it comes to the post-election, where we must share the good things that come out, we know where to be seen. I came from the village. I am the first person from my village to come and be the national leader. The first person history has written from my village. I am the first non-Catholic to be a Secretary General of my party, and at my age, I became the acting Secretary General of my party at 26, 25. But it is in terms of trust, and I want to appreciate the Honorable Norbert Mao and the leaders of our party, and I want to challenge all of us, who do you have that you can do mentorship for? The question on mentorship and where we want to go is a very serious question. And in life, you can have several mentors. And above all, the accountability in your spiritual inner man. If you believe in something, you walk the journey and get there. Identify right mentors and accept what the mentors do. I came from my village. I was in 2006, when Multiparty Dispensation had just returned, I became the only opposition chairperson of municipality and the youth council, the only person that was opposition. And then I was in Mbale municipality as the chairman of the municipal council. Across the country, I was the only opposition that was there. It's not about whether you're opposition. It's about what strategies do you have to do, and how do you position yourself, and how do you keep walking the journey. I have lost 4 elections. When Multiparty Dispensation had returned, in Mbale municipality, we did not have a candidate for DP. Along the way, an MP resigned. And I was a second year, third year student. I told my party, I was then the youth league, I was within the youth league. I told my party I'm going to run in the by-election. And I became a DP candidate. I only got 320 votes in that by-election. But failing down does not mean failure. When you fall down, you walk and continue walking the journey. If you fall down, and all of us have fallen down, whoever decides to crawl or you walk painfully, at the end of the day, they will have reached a table where the government chief whip is. And if you decide to say, I've lost, and you lose, you'll completely lose and you remain there. It came a next election in 2011. I still offered myself as a youth MP running against Honorable Peter Gwang. I lost again. Everybody knew on that platform I had spoken well, I was the most eloquent, but I lost elections because the dynamics that come with the college election. The Honorable Msonobuwa knows the dynamics of a college election, which we have also to review and revisit and see if it is properly representative or not. I lost that seat. In 2016, I decided to go home Now my mother's where I have grown in Palisa. I ran for MP in 2016. I still lost an election. Where I nearly was almost declared, I lost it. I came in 2011, 2016, I again lost an election. But I saw that the way was open. I looked at an opening. Within my party, we had Honorable Mbide, who was serving the second and last term. I offered myself to run in that election. I was written off. I was the Secretary General. We had gone through a very tough election where the party and some leaders did not support the party president. I stick with the party leader. Sometimes it is important to follow what your decision tells you, even if it's a minority decision, however much is right, you walk that journey. I decided to walk that journey. I offered myself in a party primaries. I am a miraculous candidate. I only won by 2 votes. Despite that I was the Secretary General, I won by 2 votes. We started walking the journey to Parliament. You know what was in Parliament. I was number 9. It means I'm the striker. I am going to be scoring goals for Uganda because I was the number 9. Is a compliment, is a team. I agree that challenges are there, but sometimes as young people, we don't even want to accept that there are a journey for you to walk and go. When you lose one election, wake up and walk to a second one. When you lose that one, wake up and walk to a second one. You may lose that one, wake up and walk to another one. I am sure that the way will be there for you, and stick to what you believe is right. Uganda is a very good country, but we have young people that are now engulfed into colors. I am DP, I am yellow, I am red. I agree that the challenges of young people in this country are the same. People in DP face the same challenges. You got the same water source, you got the same well, and all those. Election is become too much expensive. If you don't have the money, you will speak and do a lot of good talking. When I went to Mbale that election, again, I stood and spoke, and after nomination, my team came and asked, how much money do you have? You've done a lot of good talking. I told them we are doing very well, we have 60,000. You know, everybody walked away and only remained with one person. And that one person has remained believing in me. And that's the Honorable Norbert Mao. He continued believing in me that I'm going to be a person. Yes, sometimes we need to identify good people that are going to walk with you in this journey. And this country is for all of us. We have to work and use the numbers and do better in terms of what we do. You may not have the money, but you have the mind. You have the brain. When I went to speak in Parliament, I said, let me use what I have. And when I got that microphone, I said, I want to speak the hearts of members of Parliament. And everybody is talking about common market, talking about monetary union, talking about custom union. I said, I am going to be the embodiment of dialogue. Dialogue is very important in whatever we want to do. And as young people, let's not lock our minds for dialoguing. Let's keep dialoguing, engaging, and also build synergies so that we build a strong mass of what we want to get. Okay. Using our numbers and using our experience and hard work, we'll keep walking this journey, and Uganda will be for us to take over and manage. Manage it with our grandchildren. Thank you.
Gerald, thank you very much for that sharing. Let's now hear from Honorable Linda Uma, the woman MP, Lira District.
Thank you so much, the moderator, Chief Whip, the Chief Guest, and all protocol observed. I'm Awoma Linda Agnes, the woman member of Parliament for Lira District. I'm really grateful to be in this meeting as someone who have been mentored and have become who I am because of youth leadership. In Parliament, I'm the publicity for the Uganda Women Parliamentary Association, and in the Women Council, I am the Vice Chairperson for the National Women Council.
I would like to share my bit of experience as a motivation and encouragement. Most of the young people give up. Most of the young people feel that when they go for something, people will understand them the way they understand themselves. But this is a world that tradition have made the public to underlook a young person. So it's a very big struggle for you as a young person to work hard to gain that trust where people can believe in you and give you the roles that you want to play in the society. For me, I started my leadership from the rural at a village level as a school dropout. A child mother of 14 years, a orphan without hope, and in my heart, I felt that even if I've dropped out of school, I can be someone great. I started by mobilizing young mothers, engaging them in government programs. That's how I was identified by young people. I became my youth chairperson at the village. And I kept on climbing the ladders by being encouraged. I was facing youth from universities, and for me, I was a senior 3 dropout. I tussled with them up to the district. I became the Lira Municipal Youth Chairperson. That's how we elected our chairperson of Lira District, that is Dennis Amson, who is the chief whip. A hustler who also struggled his way from a laptop. I didn't give up. We came up to national level. In national level, I contested and failed. Because I was also facing serious young people. But I took it positively. I took it positively. I went back to my party. I contested to be the chairperson. NRM Youth League. I know some of you remember a boy called Omodo Modo. I defeated Omodo Modo terribly. Even if you ask him, today he will tell you the only woman he fears in Uganda is me. I didn't use force, but I used logic. Why am I saying this? As a young person, be calculative in every step you're making. Don't just go that people are contesting. Know your voters, know your audience, know what they want, develop a proper strategy. Politics of enmity no longer exists if you want to progress politically. Don't see your opponent as your enemy. There are some people who do not even see eye to eye. You didn't support me. You are the reason why I failed. That is immature politics. Learn why that person didn't support you. Maybe you also had heard somewhere. Maybe he didn't understand you. Engage. Make such a person be your friend. Because through your challenges, you can make it better. I came to represent. I wanted to be a SEC member. And it's very normal to be ambitious. Very normal. Don't make your friends bully you that you're so ambitious. A normal, high reasoning person is an ambitious person. It's the dead that are not ambitious because there's no breath. I contested. It was a serious contest in Nambole. despite this, other big people in my own party were not supporting me because they didn't hate me, but they saw me as a threat. So when these big people are fighting you, don't give up. You're a threat to them, but they don't hate you. Because as a young person, what have you done that would make them hate you? I won, but Omodo was also a cantankerous person. We ended up in Nambole. Our election was postponed by 5 days. And you know young people, you have to energize them daily. There, mistakenly, I lost because Karamoja was not supposed to vote. Their candidate had gone unopposed. But one thing that made me to be a friend to Omodo up to now, when he won, he was scared because they told me to petition. But I went and told him. I got him crying on the poles of Nambole. Very thin, trousers were no longer fitting him. I was the first to congratulate him. And he was shocked. I told him, my brother, it's God that allowed you to make it. Go and serve the country. I'm not going to petition you. We shook our hands, and up to now we are friends. 2016, young as I was, I picked the nomination form. Why? Because I knew the young people were behind me. As a youth leader right now, what attributes are you having that even if you leave the youth leadership, it will still follow you positively? Youth politics can destroy us. Youth politics can promote us. I left from my friend Omodo, but he was too excited. And youth politics that had made Opodo to be at a national level have destroyed Omodo up to now. Yet he's a very brilliant boy. So as you're a youth leader, are you using your position to destroy yourself, to destroy your fellow youth, to create more enmities? Or are you using it to network and expand your connections? This is what you have to ask yourself, because it will pay you back. In 2016, the same giants didn't support me, but it was a rough game. NRM primaries, I won by 42,000 votes. The person that the giants wanted got 9,000 votes. Main election of 2016, it was a tough game because I was facing a UPC lady who was also not easy.
Probably 1 more minute.
And she won me. I was told to take her to court. But I told her, I'm not going to take you to court. My time will come. 2021. My people called me. This time I didn't go myself. My people called me because I was working as a RDC. Office of the President didn't want to release me because they still want my service. I told the President, my people are saying, if I don't go, I shouldn't participate in any election. I went 4 days to NRM primaries. I won. The same shots petitioned me. I'm NRM, but I'm in Parliament as independent. They grabbed the flag from Chadondo. My people told me, go back. We are going to prove our love for you. I'm in Parliament as someone who has not spent money. I wasn't having money. If they say, if you don't have money, don't come to Parliament. No. Have your games well. Let your people trust you. And they will give you. Today, this experience of mine is just to motivate you as young people. And I believe that young people can change this country. If our forefathers, the Obote, the president did it, why not now? I know the space is becoming narrow, because as I was sitting there, I was seeing they are merging the youth council with other youth, and this is a forum for helping the young people. Those days of Howard's State House Youth Desk was very active. It's no longer active. The doors for the young people, I'm seeing it getting closed. But should we allow it to close during our time?
Thank you very much.
Should we fight?
Thank you.
No, we should use the best approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try to keep by the time so that we can have interactions as much as possible. Very wonderful stories there from the Honorable Uma, and following in tow with the rest of the panel members, stories of never give up, stories of being courageous, take the decision when it matters, and be calculative. I liked the part of ensure that you're strategic and know the alliances that you craft or create. Those are some of the issues, some of the strengths that will get you the victory. Never, never worry when you fail. Honorable Siranda has even said, you know, falling is not a problem. Just fall, dust yourself, get up, and move on. I want to pick, I'm going to give each of them 1 more minute, but that will be, you know, in response to your own thoughts about the sharing and reflections they have just thrown at us. May I request for some mobile microphones, some quick hands up, questions or comments. There is one there. I need 5 at most. There are 2 ladies' hands. Can I, sorry, Honorable, just turn it off? It's giving an echo. Okay, thank you. There is one lady's hand here. The other one at the, can I call it the DP representatives table? And then there is one here. I'll have those 3 ladies' hands. Then the gentleman, I will have him. There is a hand here. And finally, the other one in a blue shirt. Let's.
Thank you very much.
Questions very quickly,
yes.
Not statements, questions.
Thank you very much. Moderator, my name is Okui Godfrey, the Assistant National Youth Leader of Uganda People's Congress Party. We are trying to run away from the realities of the current politics. Yes, the speeches are good, they are very motivational, but we get back to the reality of money. As young people, as long as we don't have money, no life in politics at all. The dynamics of the politics in Rwenzori, in Fort Portal City, where I come from, are not the same dynamics of Lango. In Fort Portal, people don't even listen to a message. It is one way. You have to look for the vote, you have to buy it, you have to steal it. That is the reality.
Thank you. Thank you. Point has been made. Thank you. Panel members, some of you have said how much you slept hungry on the campaign trail, and yet your colleagues are saying that that's not the reality. So I don't want to create a debate of whose reality now, because there is that question as well. Whose reality is the reality? But I guess we are all sharing. So let's share and see how the different realities can contest. Thank you very much. And then the next.
Thank you so much. My name is Hayuni Helen. I'm from the Democratic Party. Thank you so much for the more motivation, dear panelists. My question is, it is seemingly that actually all of you became successful when you were at the youthful stage, not when you were youth. So I'd want to know what exactly was the cause of the losing of those elections, or even in other fields, and what you did after that to make sure that you go through at a youthful stage, so that we don't make the same mistakes that maybe you made and we go through now when we are still youth. Thank you so much.
For those of you who came later, many presentations seemed to agree that constitutionally the youth age stops at 30, but that the keynote presentation by Frank Rusa was that the youthful energy stops at 35. So I guess that's why she is asking that question. So there are some who are youth, but others are youthful. But let's hear from the next person.
Thank you so much. I'm called Mutes Hadija. I'm a proud feminist. I'm a leader at Makerere University. My question goes to the female honorables. We have all heard that you had mentors who pulled your hand when you were at your weakest point. What advice can you give to people who are capable but don't have those mentors to pull their hand or to advise them on a way forward? And the last question is about the economic part. Yeah, even Mr. Rusa said that good ideas attract resources, but reality, no. Most of the people have good ideas, you present to the people, but again, they turn you down. How should we as youth go about that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have that gentleman, and then we'll have the three final ones from here.
My name is Famba Sirajan Samba. I'm from Jema. I'm not a youth, but I stand in for Mr. Katerega, who is the Secretary General. Mine is just a comment.
Quick one, please.
A quick one. It's true. The youth have the numbers. The youth have the energies. They have everything. But if we do not have mentors that are going to guide these people, I don't think that we're going to have a better country. One of the presenters gave an example of Burkina Faso. I don't think that as a continent we can be proud of military soldiers or militaries taking over power the way they took over power. But I think it is time for the elders also to offer guidance to the youth. Just one quick one. I went to where the MPs play football from, Lugogo. I met my president, Mr. Basalira, and I was complaining to him that you've not given much time to the youth. And he was like, you see, I no longer go to talk shows on radios and TVs because I want to give you space. I told him the mistakes the youth are going to make when they go to the talk shows without your guidance, the remedy for those mistakes will be greater than what you would have used as a remedy if you had guided them. So I think much as youth are supposed to be at the forefront, but the guidance from the elders is also very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have the lady in a brown jacket, then this gentleman, and the last one, the other one. The rest, I think I'll consider in the next discussion.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Irenu. I'm the Women's Political Leadership Associate at Akina Mama, Afrika. I'd like to thank you for sharing your lived experiences, and I only have one question. So following Frank Rusa's keynote and also your lived experiences, I'd like to find out what are some of the existing practices that your political parties are actually doing to deliberately engage young people. You know, most of you reiterated that young people should not give up, but what are you also as individuals who have gone through these spaces doing differently to make sure that young people are engaged? Thank you.
Very good question, very important. Yes, we keep blaming the youth of rhetoric, of talking too much and not doing, implementing, executing agendas. what specific agendas do your political parties have that we can refer to? PPP, NOP, DP, NRM. Oh, Honorable Auma is independent, but NRM. Independent, but NRM. That's a good one. So you can actually speak for NRM as well. So let's prepare that response. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Arnold Ahimbisiwe. I'm the youth from the People's Progressive Party. And my question goes to my Secretary General, the Mr. Arira David. And Honorable Nyaka, Frank Rusa, hinted about apathetic youth, and that's the rhetoric. But I want also to twist it. As much as we are pathetic, how is our politics? Let's talk about uninspiring politicians and uninspiring politics. So my question to my Secretary General is, how do we mitigate, okay, what ways can we find constructive discourses, constructive debate, and meaningful participation by the politicians such that trickles down to inspire us, the youth, to get us fired up to participate in these political spaces? Thank you so much.
Can I ask you a question? You don't find the Parliament of Uganda inspiring in their debate? Okay, you pass the microphone to the next. We will answer that. Honorable Bua, you are the government chief whip. You have the biggest membership in the current parliament. Your parliament and the MPs are not inspiring enough, according to the young people here. I didn't want voting to be done on the consensus, but I just had the loud voices coming through, and you can judge without doing the ayes and nays. Let's have the last hand, the gentleman in blue. Yes, give the microphone there, right?
Thank you. My name is Christopher Sapunyo, the chairperson, Kole District Youth Council. I would love to appreciate the panelists and all their experiences they are sharing with us is all about mentorship. I would love to ask, at the same time urge, that having given your experience of mentorship, how many young people are you people mentoring as of now? And secondly, I would love us not to run away from the reality, and we also accept the responsibility of patronage, where you mentor and give support to such a person you are bringing so that they are financially strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get back to, this time let's start with Honorable Auma. Please, I'm trying to manage the time. Honorable members at the podium, let's just use 1.5 minutes to respond. I noticed that there were many questions. Just 1.5 minutes, and I'm going to be interrupting where you go beyond that. Just respond to the questions.
Thank you so much. I'd like to start by Okwir from Fort Photo, who was very clear on reality of money among the young people. I remember I stated very clearly that I'm a member of parliament who have not spent money like other members of parliament. I'm a member of parliament whom people instead fundraise, the voters fundraised for me. Now you would ask me why. That's why I stated clearly that when you are in this leadership, do your best to touch the hearts of the people. Let them believe in your capacity, not by just talking, by action. And this action, as you heard my story, I wasn't having money, but I was there for the people. The youth leaders that I led, I was there always for them. The opportunities, when you knock the door and this side does not open, go to the other. Let them believe in you. I know it varies, but try. Never give up. If we remove that illusion of saying money, we will not go anywhere. Try. If you fail, get up and continue moving. One day God will see you through. On the reasons, that is Ellen, you ask a very important question. A very, very important question that us, we in the panel, we are of youthful age, but we are not young people. Why? What made us to fail during that time, especially the ages most of you are in? I told you also earlier that there are people who are in politics. Whenever they see your strength as a young person, they will not allow you to move a step. And I know majority of us failed because of that. The giants that were covering us were powerful, not because of their money, but because of their exposure. So as a young person right now, you also network. Have you also giants? That when those giants overpower you, you will rush to them to rescue you. 2, that goes to the mentorship. Your mentors can give you the ideas. Who is your mentor also matters. There are other mentors that will tell you, go and strike, go and demonstrate. Those are also mentors. But let's look for mentors who give us the approach and strategy to face a challenge. It will help us to also understand the dynamics in the society and come up with a way forward. I can't live without saying something because I'm the only NRM in this panel.
No, we have not chosen...
No, there was a question.
Yes, please.
And my party has to also respond.
The one on programs.
Thank you so much. At the moment, NRM party has very many programs for the young people. But the key one I would like to note is the ideological clinic. But this ideological clinic is not by force. If you want to attend, those who want to develop their ideology in politics and its dynamics, they always attend. It's also online, where it's very free to the young people. We have also structures from village to national level, where there's always a meeting, a conference, the youth conference from the village to the district and national. It's unfortunate that of recent, it's not on because of COVID. COVID has affected the operation of the party so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have the Honorable Siranda.
Thank you so much, comrades, for the contribution. These have not been questions, but they're basically contribution to enrich this discussion. And I appreciate them from the angle that you are seeing from. I think I want to start with Comrade Okui. The reality is the virus of money or monetized election is a question that we have to deal with as a nation, all of us. Because we are losing good people, good leaders, because they can't offer the money. I, with the iPod team together and ACFIM, trying to craft a law on how do we deal with the question of commercialized election. But at the end of the day, the implementation is down on the ground. You go, you speak very well, and then they tell you, Siranda, you have spoken very well in Iruma Sava. You have spoken very well, but how have you left us? Water. Majority of the people asking are young people, asking the very young person about this. So I think it's a question that we have to define our constituency, ourselves jointly together, so that we know these are the challenges that we have, and then try to deal with this question. When we were in Ayop, we even moved the motion. We went to Parliament, tried to petition the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee to even scrap nomination fee for young people and disadvantaged people and women. Because we believe that that's one of the biggest. We took a case to court as a YOP because we believe that in modern democracies, the question of nomination fee is not key. And if you belong to a political party, the political party candidates may not even be paying nomination fee. I think it's a very big question we have to engage. Our brother, the government chief whip, who also comes from the youth, graduate of youth politics, the question on the nomination fee and how do we have to deal with it is a big question that we have to deal with. But the issue is not even nomination fee. The radio stations, the access to information and all those is a big question that we must define and deal with. But overall, we must demobilize the young people from asking the fellow young people for the money. Helen, the success may be on elective politics, but I became successful as a young person. I was a deputy secretary general of the oldest party at 25. Isn't that success? And what did I do? When I was in IOP, sponsored by Frank and DGF then, I was the youth leader and the chairperson of the Interparty Youth Platform. We had a program of mobilizing young people for leaders today and tomorrow, not only tomorrow. So I made sure I mobilized many DP young people to come to the NEC as delegates. So when I went to the delegate conference, I was running with the members of parliament. I won basically because I had supported many young people to come to the national delegate conference as delegates. So you must define the constituency, know what you want to do, and what target are you trying to. And as in IOP, we asked Jean to go and run as a woman leader for PPP. We asked Ayo to go and run as a NEC member for FDC. All of us in IOP decided, we asked Edwin, we asked now Honorable Namara Dennis, who was with us, to also go and run. All of us, we did not say you are DP. We decided that as a group of young people, we must go and take charge of our parties so that we influence the processes on how our party run. I want to encourage you today, define what you want to be and support yourselves as a team, irrespective of the party you come from. I saw Lynette come to Katomi to campaign for me. She was PPP and the teams then. We also did the same. So once we have a bigger definition and appreciate the resource that we have, then we are going to deploy ourselves within and walk the journey. Finally, endurance.
Honorable time, mind the time.
And myself, I as well won this election without money. I was in a jury. It was the last constituency I went to in these outreaches and reaching out to MPs. People would give 2 million. I would stand and say, I have 100,000. And people would listen to this man with 100,000. I remember when I went to Honorable Nabanja's constituency, people were giving 5 million. I stood and told her, I have 2 Busirivu. Honorable Nabanja said, you're a very brave man. You're standing here when people are giving millions and you're talking about 200,000. I said, look at what I have from my heart and what I want to offer. I am doing this contribution not because I am bribing, but because I believe in a multi-party dispensation. And they were building the NRM house. I am DP. But because of the spirit of inter-party organization for dialogue and putting Uganda first, I am a believer of multi-party dispensation and believe that if I am DP, I am NRM, I am JEMA, we should let these parties function because they have leaks that can help.
Thank you,
As DP,
Honorable.
we have set a clinic called the Democratic Party Strategic Leadership Institute. Every Thursday, through the UID and the world over, you know that when a UID stands speak on a microphone, it is intentional, it is strategic. We have decided to do that, to train young people and the women and many of us to grow so that there are other people that will come after us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Siranda. Let's have Honorable Kalule.
Thank you very much, Charles, and I want to appreciate the questions that were passed on. Now, the issue of resources, the reality. The reality is, as young people, we don't have that many resources at our disposal, financial resources, in order for us to win an election. But what do you have? You have to look at the resources, the other resources that you have that other people don't have, that are non-financial. What I did, I knew that I didn't have the money for fuel to traverse a whole district. By then, Mubende had 21 sub-counties. Kasanda currently has 16 of them. What did I do? I piggybanked on the current chairperson of Kasanda, by then running then, who had the financial muscle to fuel the car and also to do radio talk shows, which media space I couldn't pay for. So I moved with him in all the places that he had to do. You have to learn how to leverage networks. I was coming from a women's rights organization, spaces that are easily available to all those that want to be part. So one of the things that I used to do is to organize with them, using their resources to organize activities within my communities. It's very easy to support young girls. It's very easy to support young people with different activities. But when you're not using your resources, you're simply looking and lobbying for the right networks to help you do what you have to do. You also have to put in the groundwork. You know you don't have the finances to win an election. What do you have? Time. You have time as a young person. People who know me say I ran the longest campaign ever because I was always in the community. I did not have money for giving out for people, but what did I do? I would jump into a taxi, it puts me in Mubende, I do a radio talk show because I had knowledge, so I wasn't paying for media spaces. I knew what I was talking about and they were looking for me. So read, invest in yourself so that people can come looking for you, and that also helped me. Then I would use borders to go to people, I would sit with people, I would interact with them, I would mobilize them. They would ask me for money and I would tell them, I'm a young person like you. If you don't have it, what makes you think I have the one to give you? You have to do civic education while you're mobilizing. So some of those challenges that we have, age, you're a young person, I cannot entrust you with my vote. Can you educate them, the people that you're looking for votes from, the people you want to lead? That age is just a number. What is more important is the ability and the skill for you to deliver on the tasks given to you. Can you be reliable as a young person that even older people can effectively say, oh, we are looking for a young person who can do this. Can you go to Flavia? Can you go to Trisha? Mentorship. I have mentored a number of young women and men. Some of them are right here in this building. A number of them. So we lead as we lead as we act. This morning, mentorship is a continuous process, even for your support network. This morning, before coming here, I had to first meet with my coach. At my level, you would think I am already there, but I have a coach who sits me down and says, this is what you have to do to become a better leader. This is what you have to do to lead NUP Women League better. Can you have aspirations and passion? Politics is extremely difficult if you're not passionate about what you're doing. There are times you get there and you get so frustrated that you start hating everyone that ever pointed you to that direction, if it didn't come from within yourself. So can you have the zeal and find the courage within your space to say, whatever happens, I'll be there? How did I lose an election? So when I was contesting, I got involved in a car accident. In 2016, during the elections, actually 2015 prior to the election, because we start earlier, I got involved in a car accident and I was hospitalized for close to 1 year, for those that know me. From April 2015, I went back in the constituency on December 2nd for nominations. That whole time I was at Mulago Hospital. I had to undergo a major surgery. But what made me win? The courage and the hope not to give up. I used media. Media was my biggest tool. Go to all the radio stations, all the TV stations, interact with people in the villages, listen to radio, talk to them. I did civic education. Now, when you go into an election, you have to know why you're going into an election. For those that want to participate, for those that want to join political parties, you have to know why you're joining a certain political party. Now, I moved into an election with two goals. I either win or I learn. I wasn't there to lose. And that's why even as I was busy hunting for votes, canvassing for them, meeting new people, it's not easy to introduce yourself as a young unmarried woman in a political space. contesting for a political position of a woman MP. To new people, it's never easy. But I would ask you about your marital status and you tell them, I'm not here for a marital contest. I'm not going to Parliament for a wedding contestation. I am here to represent your ideas. And if you don't find fit what I have to tell you, then it's okay. I don't need your vote. I went in there to build civic education capacities for our people. What is wrong with our country? Why do you need me? You have to leverage yourself to be much, much better than the people who are next to you. You're a young person, and so are there many very young people. What makes you different? What makes you unique? Why wouldn't I forget you when I meet you for the very first time, and then I forget a person I've met several times? Why aren't you indispensable? Why are you indispensable? You have to define those things for yourself as a young person. And those are some of the things that helped me win. Now, what are we doing as NUP? For the young people, first of all, you know that NUP currently has the biggest number of young people in Uganda. But also, for the very first time, we interested so many young people to be able to vote, to participate, to run for campaigns, but also to get involved in the issues. Now, we have developed a youth policy that is inculcating so many of our ghetto youth, because most of them were being left out. But now we've brought them forward. We have so many young people who are women. We have just finalized our sexual harassment policy to be able to cater to any sexual harassment issues within a political party. We have built our gender policy, and we did this with the resources and the help of organizations that come and help us. And currently, as the Women League, we are developing our strategic plan to encompass more young people, to entice more young people, to organize better, to mobilize better. We are doing a number of activities within regions. We are not just seated. We are here to remove a dictator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, teachers are not a joking subject. When they start talking, and then too, Honorable Flavia is what we usually describe in media and communication, TV talk, as difficult guests. You know, difficult guests are those, when they start talking, they make so many points that you fail to know where to put the full stop. And then finally, when she said that NUP has the biggest number of young people, I was looking around the room, then my eyes fell on Honorable Bua as the government chief whip, and he was consulting the Honorable Rugumayo whether that is true. And I'm sure that he's going to include the response in his presentation that NRM has more youth than the NUP. But that is what I read on the mind. Now, there is a big problem with body language. So I may actually be wrong in all that I observed. So we will see from Honorable Boa's presentation. And then I want to recognize, let's clap for Honorable Tusime Julius. Honorable Tusime Julius is Rwampara East Constituency MP. And you know, these are your allies. We are talking about what kind of alliances do you craft when you need to win or you need to be on the right side of success as a young person. Thank you, Honorable Julius, for being passionate about youth issues. Finally, PPP, in 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hearing the questions that were coming, it gave me a picture that all that you seem to be very interested in is getting to be inspired to do possibly what some of us could have done. I want to start from that note, that for me, success in politics is not defined at the level we are talking about by simply the position that you get. And I want to say that all of us in front here, I wouldn't define us as successful politically. I think we still have a very, very long way to go. Your decision, your focus has got to go beyond just attaining a political position. I don't want us to think that becoming a member of parliament is a success for the country, because that's where I want us to have the discussion running at. There is individual success, and what we have shared here could have inspired you very, very much to be successful at individual level. But we are talking about a nation. We are talking about a country. We have got to go beyond that. We shouldn't be interested in building strong individuals. That's the mistake we have always made as a country. We are talking about a generation. We are talking about leadership to influence society in totality. And so we should be more interested in building the strong teams and not the strong individuals. That's the mistake we have always made. And so I want to say this. For me, when I see you seated here, I want to look at you as a group that are younger than me. I am in the generation of 35 plus. Majority of you are below that. Let me say this. Those of us in the level where I am, if we don't work hard, if we don't refocus, we're already losing it. We're already losing it. That cohesion, that mindset to focus on a country, to focus on change, is not there. We are all about ourselves. And so for you who is below 35, you have got an opportunity. And that is what I feel you should be focusing on. That's what I think this forum, this symposium, should help you achieve. You need to be looking at yourselves as possible leaders who are going to influence the country tomorrow. And so you need to build the networks beyond just the individuals, beyond just your own institution. You need to realize that you need a person from another party, you need a person from another institution to help you achieve that. So, my brother, when I was giving an example of people like Sankara, it wasn't that I was, saying they have done so well, but they built networks within their generation, networks that helped them to achieve what they wouldn't achieve individually. So you have a role to play. You've got to see yourselves beyond just you, the individual. And that is where the focus should be. That's where the discussion should be. Now, talking about PPP, and maybe just before that, the question of money. You see, the question of money is bigger. It is a moral decay in this country. And we all know that. And don't be deceived that you as a young person, you fail because of money, as though those who are older than you, they are succeeding just because they have money. There are people who are much older than you, they're also failing because of money, by the way. It's also a factor there. It is not something that affects only the young people. So it is a decay in our moral system as a country. It is something that your generation must work to solve. Those are one of the challenges you're going to have. Forget about the thinking that somebody somewhere will give you money for you to run and succeed in politics. No, they're not going to do that. So must you sit back because there is no money? No. You've got to penetrate through no matter the circumstances. And that's where the point is. You have got to penetrate through and try to change what you think is wrong. One of them is that money aspect. As a party, we are one of those who are actually also proud of being with very youthful, membership, generally. Very youthful membership. And I must say, it has been very deliberate on our part to try and build that. By the way, just to say that I am 12 years as Secretary General of the PPP. So you can imagine the time I took over as Secretary General of PPP, I was of course much younger. That speaks to what the party believes in. And so our work is to ensure that we do the things that are necessary to bring in more youthful people into our party. We've got mentorship programs that we're running as a party. We've got deliberate capacity building programs that we run with the young people. And our youth league members understand this because we've been working together with them. And we're also working to ensure that within the party, we build a resource center, a resource base, because we understand and appreciate that you must be knowledgeable enough to participate actively and sensibly in the politics. And that we are doing to try and encourage our young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to thank Alira, Honorable Kalule, Siranda, and Honorable Auma. Thank you all very much for a wonderful sharing and reflection. As Honorable Alira finalized, he said he has been Secretary General for only 12 years. PPP does not have term limits for the... Now, how will the young people...
You want me to respond to that?
No, I was just thinking aloud. I was just thinking aloud. But thank you very much. I just wish to now dismiss the panel. Let's clap for them as they come back to... And I now wish to invite the Honorable... before I invite Honorable Rugumayo, allow me recognize the presence of Honorable Judith Achan, who is an MP in the current parliament as well. I will shortly consult on, I just saw the face, but I will shortly consult on the constituency before I, which Noya? Just Noya district. It hasn't yet been split. Okay. Okay. Thank you. You know, sometimes these days you wake up the next day, it is Noya East constituency, Noya West, Noya Central East. Okay. Thank you very much. And Honorable Judith, I was just making that in jest, but she's Noya District Woman Representative. Thank you for coming to this symposium. Let's clap for her as well. Now, on your behalf, allow me now invite Honorable Rugumayo Edson, who is a board member of the forum, to come and take the honor to officially invite the government chief whip to make his comments and open the symposium as the chief guest. Honorable Rugumayo, you're most welcome. Let's clap for him. Let's give some energy.
Thank you, Charles. The Honorable Government Chief Whip, who is in the house with us. The Honorable Members of Parliament who are here with us, and those who have continuously supported the work of young people. The Netherlands Institute of Multiparty Democracy, the leaders from the National Youth Council, the staff members of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, all the development partners who put in the resources to make this happen. I salute you all. I want to tender in my apology that I came in a little bit late, but I also am grateful that I've been here and I've been able to appreciate a wonderful discussion of our panelists. I want to thank the young people that are here for the maximum attention they're paying and the thrill and the energy they're using to participate. I must say I am very much impressed. Well, part of this day I'll be here, and I've come to listen and pay attention as much as I can. In as much as I'm not on the program to speak today, mine is tomorrow. But I came here purposely today to listen in, to appreciate every single bit of what we share and discuss among ourselves. Now, without taking much time, one, allow me thank the Honorable Government Chief Whip for sparing time off his very busy schedule to come and be with us. Let's clap for him. I want to thank you, Honorable Government Chief Whip, for not forgetting the roots. As you've been told, he was once a youth member of Parliament. He was once a member of the National Executive Committee, and yet he has not forgotten the path he took to get where he is. So, Honorable Government Chief Whip, we really appreciate that you've spared time to come and be with us. Now, without much further say, I take the honor to invite you, Honorable Government Chief Whip, to come and speak to the young people.
God is good and all the time. It's good to always say thank you to God for the gift of life. There are people who are struggling, but we are here, still alive and kicking. The honorable members of Parliament here present, the leadership of Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, development partners, the leadership of the youth from all over the country and different political parties, the delegates to this National Youth Symposium, all protocol duly observed, ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities. From the testimonies of the panelists, because this is a political forum, one realizes that every individual you see and you draw conclusion that I think he or she is successful has a painful story. That is the bottom line. Think about any great man or woman that you know of, be it Barack Obama, be it President Museveni, be it President Ruto, be it the first woman president in East Africa, has a painful story. And all their journeys are full of peaks and valleys. It is a bumpy ride. It is a bumpy ride. That is what I picked from the testimonies of the four panelists. I am humbled and honored to be here to preside over the opening ceremony of this National Youth Symposium. I commend the leadership of Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, together with the National Youth Council, for this great initiative. I thank and salute the different partners, the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy and Akina Mama Afrika for the financial and technical support in the realization of this great convocation of the youth of Uganda. Personally, I am now a friend of the youth. My journey as a youth ended about 11 years ago. I am now your friend. I am now a senior youth. I am now youthful. But if I were in Sudan, I would still be a youth. Because the definition of the youth differs from country to country. When I was a youth leader, I think in Sudan, a youth goes up to the age of 45. And I would still be having some good years to enjoy my youthfulness. But since I am in Uganda, I am legally limited and barred. And I accept it because it is good to give space to other young members of the society. I served as chairman of the Village Youth Council of the village where I come from in Aleptong. I served as chairman of Lira District Youth Council, the Greater Lira, not the current Lira. Then Lira had Aleptong, it had Otuke, it had Molatar, it had Dokolo. That was the Greater Lira. I was the chairman of the youth. I served as Secretary for Finance of the National Youth Council of Uganda. I represented the youth of Uganda at the regional level, at the Commonwealth headquarters, Africa region, Zambia. I served as the spokesperson of the Commonwealth Youth Forum 2007, and I also served as the youth member of parliament for Northern Uganda for 5 years. But before that, I had served under Uganda National Students Association as the chairman of Lira District. Having served as a school chair, then I was elected by the student leaders of Lira District. 1994, at the age of 13 going to 14, I represented Northern Uganda at the parliamentary mock debate for the children, where we debated what needed to be part of our national constitution as the rights of the children of Uganda. So that is me, but what you will not take away from me is the fact that I remain a village boy, a village man, and that is me, and proudly a village man. But by the grace of God, you can see now, I am a villager in Prado, a VIP. That word VIP you keep talking about is a villager in Prado. I am one of them. So when we talk about matters of the youth, I am alive to that fact, because where you are is where I was, and where I am is where you are coming. Is where you are coming. It may not be all, but some of you will come where I am. That is the journey. There are things that you just need to do in life. There are things that you need to do in life: self-preservation, discipline, never give up. They have talked about it here. Remain focused. Run on your lane. Avoid battles. Avoid them. They will destroy you. That is why we are who we are. Serving the youth was a great honor to me and a privilege, which I will forever be grateful. Even those who are talking about parliament, there was an issue here that the debate in parliament is not appetizing. Someone raised it. But if I'm to ask the members of parliament who are here to rise up, and let me do so, and you point one of them who is an elder, you may end up pointing at me because of the gray hair. But the rest are youthful. Let's all rise up, the members of parliament. Look at them. Let's all get up, those who are here. Do you see an elder here? The only elder could be myself. Are you sure? I am not. I am the elder by virtue of the gray hair that God has given me. So, when we talk about debate, first of all, I ask, where are the alumni of Uganda National Students Association? Where are the alumni of the youth structures deliberately put in place? Where are the alumni of the various youth that we have in the different political parties? But when you look at all these are youthful people. Probably your interest in parliament, in that debate, is different. Some of us are there. We are there. And I believe we debate. These members are there. Get interested each and every time. Probably you watched parliament when we were debating something on science and technology, and that is not your interest. Your interest is politics. By the way, parliament is the summary of Uganda. I keep stating it, because there is no part of the country which is not represented. When we are all there, the over 500, that is the summary of the country called Uganda. Those are the representatives of the people of Uganda, duly elected by the people and announced and sworn in. So please pick interest. Pick interest. You are talking about the issue of money. Fine, money is a facilitator. But what is it that you must do? Money must come in to facilitate. But you as an individual, what is your message? What is the message you are carrying? Our young friend from the National Unity Platform told you about her story. And that is her story. She's now a member of parliament. Honorable Linda Uma told you about her story. That is her story, and she's a member of parliament. Please be determined. You will run away because you are fearing issues of money, but in constituencies there are people who will even support you. The strategy of clinging onto someone, sit in his or her car, move around. She's now here a member of parliament. Maybe in the next election you will see someone seated in her car. She will again produce another member of parliament. That must be, what is your tactic? What is your strategy for capturing this? There was a question on what are these parties doing? Friends, the economic question of the day is, what is it that young people in Uganda do not see in their country, but others see in Uganda? That is the economic question of the day. Let's forget about politics, because the first thing is to be empowered economically. When you are empowered, you can do anything. When you are not empowered, you are a danger to society. Because every month, we are all here, we must all eat, including the government chief whip must eat. We must all eat. And when you have nothing to eat, you become a danger to the society. So let's gather here next time to discuss the economic question of the day for young people. Why do we see young Ugandans departing their country, going to Middle East? Why is it that aeroplanes from Dubai is full of two categories of people? What is it that we do not see in our country that they see? As young people, we must generate this debate. Talking about the numbers, I am not in a political contestation, it ended, but there is absolutely no doubt that the national resistance movement has the biggest numbers in terms of membership of the young people, without any doubt. Without any doubt. Without any doubt. We have a register indicating names of people, including their date of birth, village by village, parish by parish, sub-county by sub-county, district by district. That is not in doubt. Young people, we need to have a change in mindset. As leaders, we need to have a change in mindset. I was a national youth leader, but we had nothing that time. I remember I would only travel from Lira to Kampala, execute my duty, run back to Lira. But I now hear there is rumors that youth leaders at the national level at least have some facilitation. Is that true? That is true. But remember, during my time, we are talking about 2001, 2006. It was purely voluntary. Programs have come in from the government. Are young people taking advantage? The Imyoga is coming. My district, Aleptong, used to get about 100 million shillings under Youth Livelihood Fund. Now, what about under PDM? The 30%. How many parishes are in Aleptong? 76. Multiply, if the money is fully released in this financial year, 100 million. And every 100 million, 30% is earmarked for the youth. We need to salute the leadership of the national resistance movement under General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for these deliberate programs that are coming in for young people. As leaders, whether from NRM, DP, NUP, FDC, UPC, first mobilize your community to embrace empowerment economically. Then we can sit and discuss politics. Sitting to discuss politics when we are hungry, will not take our generation anywhere. Take advantage of these programs. These programs are for you all, not only for NRM. Please, at the Paris level, money is already going. Why don't we go sit together, the youth leaders of NRM, youth leaders of NUP, youth leaders of UPC, youth leaders of DP, go to radio, mobilize the youth. They go and benefit from this program. This is, for me, is the way forward. Otherwise, we will continue living on hope. My definition of hope is that hope is a poor man's income. It is only sustainable during the day. For how long will you live hopeful? You must do something to put hope into action. A poor man wakes up in the morning, he or she has nothing to eat. The hope for breakfast turns into lunch. Time for lunch approaches like now. There is nothing to eat. It changes now to dinner. Time for dinner comes. There is nothing to eat. At night, the poor man must either sleep or go to your home or my home to look for something to steal. Is that the future we need for young people? When government is channeling resources up to the second lowest unit, the parish. Young people, let's take advantage. If I lived in your generation, I think my motivation would be to mobilize the young people. President Museveni has always told us about his story of mobilizing Ankole. And it is on that basis that he grew his popularity. Why don't we take advantage of that? Just moving on radio to mobilize your young people, meeting the youth council leadership, checking with your respective districts of the money released. What do we have? Where are these approved circles? Where is the percentage for the young people? You will coil yourself around advocacy and lobbying for young people, and the rest will be history. The sky will be your limit. Let me share with you when I was a youth member of parliament on some of the advocacies that we did. In the Equal Opportunities Act, there is a representative of the youth in the law. That was our proposal as youth members of parliament then. In 2006, there was a proposal to scrap the youth council. We stood tall because we knew the youth council is a nursery bed for nurturing, for grooming and mentoring leaders of today and tomorrow. We fought it. I still remember moving a motion then, I don't know whether I would move today, a motion for retirement age to be reduced from 60 years. The motion was passed by Parliament, but it was given a decent political burial because people in service never supported it. The motion was a threat to them because they wanted to reduce from 60 to 55, such that we give entry points for young people. You retire at 55. I don't know whether I would move it today. That is a discussion for another day. The loan scheme. Those were products of advocacy. Those were products of lobbying by the youth leaders. I remember one day we had a meeting as NEC because we had a lot of pressure from the district youth council. We fixed an appointment to meet the Minister of Finance, and we met the minister. To lobby for motorcycles for youth leaders, we were under a lot of tension. We got the 300 million that we used for buying motorcycles then for the district youth council chairpersons and leadership. This is what we are talking about, practical. Practical. And I want you to adopt this, friends. I want you to adopt this. The sky will be your limit. These positions they are not decorative. These positions we all are supposed to empower us as leaders to advocate and to lobby. Not only politically, socially, economically, such that young people are empowered. There is no doubt that Uganda has a young population. I have talked about parliament. Go to local council 5 and see how many youthful people are councillors. There are many. Why wouldn't we take advantage of this? One man one day said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what have you done for your country first? We are fighting for political space. Uganda will not run anywhere. Uganda is here. Generations will come, generations will go. Leaders will come, leaders will go. There is time and a season for everything, the Bible says. My time will come, I will leave. Somebody should occupy this office. But maybe people will only talk about my record, that at this time, he was the youngest cabinet minister, which is the truth now. That the youngest cabinet minister in the cabinet of Uganda is Obua. When you go to ministers of state, there are those that are younger, but at the level of cabinet. That may tell you why I had to do rebranding from your famous channel Ho that young people know to the Pan-African beards, for people to know that you are not a young man anymore. So friends, I have come here just briefly to share with you that anything is possible. But as a young leader, you also need to be organized. I was in Gulu. There is one thing that I saw that did not make me happy of the leaders who were in Gulu. When the chairman of the National Youth Council stood to speak, he was booed by the youth leaders. And to me, the journey from where he was seated to the podium would have been the longest journey in his life, because every big shot in Uganda was present in Gulu, including the president of Uganda. But there is one thing I admire. I met him and told him, when he reached the podium, he changed the negativity into positivity. By the time he concluded his speech, the young people who booed him were even clapping, chanting him. That is one thing I admired of him. But that journey from where he was seated to where he went on the microphone was the longest walk. Friends, the Bible says, do unto others what you think should also be done to you. Just imagine one day in your district, you are hosting a president, you are invited to speak, and the youth leaders from those villages, those parishes, those sub-counties boo you. If you do not have the tactic and the strategy of the chairman of the National Youth Council, you can collapse as you walk. You can collapse. So these are things that we need to change. If there are issues, sit like in your council, discuss, come up with resolutions. If the chairman fails to present the resolution before the powers that be, you can blame him. You can blame her. But the man was very strategic. From the time he accessed, he said, Your Excellency, as you can see, the youth leaders are not happy. And let me conclude by saying that in the book of Luke, chapter 12, verse 48, the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is expected or required. Whether you like it or not, all of us here gathered in one way or the other, you hold a leadership position. And to you, much has been given. And to you, much is required. Uganda is big for all of us. It can accommodate all of us. There is no need for us to fight in our small political parties like we want to tear ourselves apart. This country is big. It can accommodate all of us. And it is the only country we have, unless you have a second choice country. For me, my first choice is Uganda. My second choice is Uganda. My third choice is Uganda. I do not have any other second choice country. The future is in your hands. You can choose to betray, you can choose to build. Whether you like it or not, your generation will take charge of this country one day. But your history will also be there to speak for you. We were in Arusha. I see Mbappe. This is one of our very good strikers in the Parliamentary Football Club. Maybe you rise up, you came a bit late. Honorable Silas. We call him Mbappe. We went to a place, and these were dead people speaking. There was a big signpost. What did we read? We were once like you. This is in a cemetery. We were once like you, and you will one day be like us. For some of us, we say now we can't proceed inside there. This message is good enough. Let's walk back. My message is, irrespective of your political party, if young people of Uganda are poor, poverty attacks them across board. Irrespective of where you pray, if young people of Uganda are not employed, the unemployment is across board. Let us discuss how we can make it much more better to accommodate all of us. And that is my message for you. Run your race, run your journey, but the most important thing, our country is bigger and can accommodate all of us. One thing that has kept me longer in politics is the fact that at times I call my coordinators. Because you see, in politics, you will go to a place, they will say, only you here. The support here is only yours. But let people vote, you will be shocked. So for me, one thing I do is that I call my coordinators. And my message to them is, today I do not want to hear anything good. Because there are some of them, they know how to manage you. They only want to tell you about nice things that you will hear. You know, in my parish, you are doing so well. No, honorable, only you. Say, no. Tell me something negative. Tell me something negative. Because you can build from there. You will find a church crying that, oh, you have never reached them. Then what? You take note. After 2-3 weeks, go there. That will be the end. Of course, there are areas that they will tell you here whether you do what. Your support base, we know your supporters. Because politics is also like in a family. Let's look back home where we are all from. There's always a black sheep. There is this one girl or one boy in every family who is the headache. Yes, I see you smiling from all tables. You are reflecting. That is also politics. You will find this parish, or this village, or this sub-county, because of reasons known to them, they will never support you. That is also a black sheep. I'm now giving you my strategies. Because God has kept me for some time. I came to Parliament at the age of 25, going to 26. At 41, going to 42, I have been around since that time. You hear of high attrition rate, 78% have lost. I am part of the 12% God has brought back. Can you imagine how God has been so faithful? That's why I'm sharing with you my tips, such that when you move, you can also live longer. You can also stay longer. I came as youth MP. But since then to date, God has kept me. With a number of history, the youngest parliamentary commissioner in the history of Parliament. Now I've just told you another history I've made, that in this season, you can also make the same history. Be reliable, be dependable, you are already tested, you are already tried. At the right time, God will place you where your dream is. The time may not be now. There are people who tried here, elective politics, 4 terms, 3 terms, losing. The DP is now going to the regional parliament. He wanted to come to the national parliament, but God said no. He was starting from a regional parliament. Now he has gone to Arusha. My brother Honorable Bill is here from UPC. He did not make it. But he was in parliament, in the National Assembly. So in all situations, everything happens for the better. God may close for you one door and open even a much more better. May pick you from a big room and take you to a smaller one. But in all situations, friends, don't blame God. Always say thank you. Remain hopeful. With all these words, I now take the opportunity to declare the National Youth Symposium of the Youth of Uganda officially opened at Mestil Hotel. God bless you for God and my country.
The camera persons, you missed taking my picture. The official greeting with the Chief Whip. I'm going to ensure that your payments are not made as adequately as they should be. Announcements. First of all, before the announcements, let's give a befitting that's a very good clap for the wonderful presentation. And Honorable Oboa, you have done justice to your time, sharing your own experiences and also appealing to the young people on what the future should be for them. The lawyers usually say, I have nothing useful to add, even if I were to make some, cross-cutting comments. We will be using some of this sharing in the subsequent discussions, even after lunch today and tomorrow, when we have a full day tomorrow as well. Announcements, just so you know that whatever we are discussing here is being relayed live on live streaming, and I've got some people in town, in Arua, someone is watching from the UK, and they are watching whatever discussion is going on, and some of the feedback is that this is a very good discussion that should continue. So we should always thank the organizers, the Parliamentary Youth Forum, the Netherlands Institute, and the Open Space, and all the others that have participated in organizing this. Thank you very much. I want to officially recognize the presence of the Honorable Silas Augon, MP for Kumi Municipality. That's one gentleman who won without money. That I can attest. The first time, I don't know the second time whether you used no money, because the second time you had a tougher challenge. The first time I was there and his constituency had just been created. I had gone for a friend's wedding where I was supposed to be the spokesperson, and this villager, and I was wondering, he came and was praising someone he has seen on television from Kampala, and he just requested, almost kneeling, that please here allow me be the one to be the spokesperson so that I use it to talk to people in the village somewhere in Kumi. And I said, but who are you? Then the person says, I'm called Silas, and I live here, but I'm going to contest. That was, I think, 2016, 2015. Then I kept following, how is this villager performing in a municipality? Only to see him going for swearing in. Then my friend says, Charles, have you watched the other guy swearing in for Kumi municipality? That's the guy who was a spokesperson at my wedding. So I have followed him since then, very interesting character. And then he paid back for me allowing him to be the MC that gave him some more votes. When I was wedding, he came unannounced and gave me 1 million shillings for my wedding. So those are some of the benefits you get. Honorable Silas, thank you for being a friend of the young people, and I know how passionate you are about the young people. Thanks for having you. We are going for lunch, but before lunch, and I hope that my colleagues, the ushers, have given all of you. Has everybody got a coupon? Everybody got a coupon for lunch? Good. I don't see a hand in the negative. I'm going to invite the Right Honorable Chief Whip with the Executive Director of the Netherlands Institute, Council Frank. There is a freeze to introduce, I think I am also now officially old in Uganda's politics, because all the people who come around even for youth functions happen to be just plus or minus 2 years younger or older than me. The Honorable Namayanja is the Deputy Secretary General of the NRM party. In the Youth Parliament, if I were to tell her story, when I first knew her, I would write a book of not less than 50 pages. She has gone on, she joined through the same path like Honorable Bua, but I think one term earlier than Obua. I think one term, I'm trying to remember. And, but she has been through that path, went on to become a minister, and then treasurer of the party, and now is the Secretary General. Honorable Namayanja, you may wave to these colleagues of yours, your former constituency. Yes, and they want to follow and be in your path as well. So thanks for coming. You found when the guest of honor, rather the chief guest, Honorable Bua, had just finished making his presentation, and we are now going for lunch. You're welcome. I was announcing the MPs kindly accompany the Honorable Bua to an official picture that we are going to have as a record for this day. And then let's have the photographers ready. It will be done here so that we can have the banner in the background. Honorable Rugumayo, kindly lead the Right Honorable Government Chief Whip to stand here, and then the MPs follow with the organizing entities. The organizing entities, the Open Space, the Netherlands Institute, the Parliamentary Youth Forum, kindly come and join Honorable. And Honorable Bill, kindly come and join the team. The SGs, the Secretary Generals of the participating political parties here. You're very important in this. This is a political function. Honorable Namayanja, join the Chief Whip. Let's have that, and then I see if there is any other picture to take. We will follow from there. But let's have that team take the picture. Where are we having the lunch from? Which hall? Photographer, kindly come and organize the team. They may not know what to expect. the Secretary Generals of the parties present, the leaders of the National Youth Council, represented by the Vice Chair. I hate to see some shorter people behind. Kindly try to balance yourselves a bit so that you can all be seen. Can we have the UN women representative to join this picture, please? Restless Development, where is Gabriel? You are not in the picture. Gabriel, come and join. Are all the SGs in the picture? Deputy President of UNSA, where are you? And Ouma, Deputy President of UNSA, come. And Ouma, Mr. Ouma. Ouma, kindly help him forward to be in this picture. Camera person, sorry for delaying you a little. Maxensia, Max. Okay, thank you very much, all of you, and thanks for participating. We are going to take lunch for 45 minutes. We are going to do lunch for 45 minutes. It should have been 1 hour, but we have lost some time. I'm trying to ensure that we recover lost time. Thank you very much. Let's go now for lunch. At about 10 minutes past 3, we all have to be here for the second part after lunch. Thank you all very much, and God bless you as you go for the lunch. Thank you.
Blessed are you, O Lord our God, eternity's holy King. Blessed are you, O Lord our God, whose word brings on the evening. Baruch hu et Adonai ha-mevorach, le'olam. creating day and night, turning darkness into light, arranging the stars to your pleasing. Baruch Hu Adonai Hamelech.
Lunch is going to be served in the restaurant in the basement. So go downstairs and then they will show you where to head for the lunch. Thank you.
Blessed are you, O Lord our God, whose word brings on the evening. Baruch Hu Adonai Hamelech.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I call the House to order and we reconstitute ourselves into the plenary so that we can go to the next discussion. I wish to invite, before I go to inviting the next speaker, I hope that all of you had good lunch and without many challenges. If there is a problem, kindly don't hesitate to inform the organizers. Osborne, Primus, and the team of ushers, kindly ensure that you approach them and inform them if there is anything which has not gone right, so that it can be corrected as we go along. Allow me to welcome all of us from the lunch break and to announce that we are now going into the second keynote address on the topic breaking through the barriers. Is it mentorship or patronage? In bracket, intergenerational dialogue conversation. That's what we are going into right now. And to take us through that next keynote presentation, we have the Right Honorable Namayanja Rose Nsereko, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, the NRM. And let's put our hands together to welcome Honorable Namayanja. As I said earlier, Namayanja is someone who at a young age walked down the path of youthfulness, youth politics, and has navigated all the corners, if you like. She has a very rich experience, and we are only privileged that she can come and discuss with us, to share with us her experiences that she has had serving as a minister, as MP, and then going on to serve the party at mobilization and administrative level. Honorable Namayanja, you're most welcome. Come and present to us, and then after you, we will have the panel established, and then the reflections will follow the panel discussions as well as her presentation. You're most welcome, Honorable. Let's put our hands together to welcome her.
Thank you so much, Charles. And allow me to take this opportunity to thank God for the environment we are in and this interaction, to thank the organizers for making it possible for us to have this intergenerational dialogue, and to thank all of you for turning up in big numbers to come and share about the future of our country, because the state of the young people is actually the future of our country. And it's not on many occasions that we have, to me, it's not just intergenerational, but also interpolitical engagements, where you see young people from different political persuasions coming together to discern and to investigate, to study the issues that affect the young people, regardless of which political party they come from. I was told that I'm coming to give a keynote address. Now, a keynote address connotes that you come with a paper, written, researched, and then you come and present. I want, Mr. Chairman, to beg for your indulgence. I didn't come with one, because what I'm going to talk about, I do not have to research it anywhere. I have lived it. And basically, I'm just going to share my experiences. And I know we can pick a leaf here and there, but also it will be an opportunity for me to also learn from your interactions. I've been a youth leader in different facets of our society. I've been a student leader at all levels, from high school to university and the national level. And that means, of course, like I said, high school. Incidentally, I didn't go to these big schools. For me, I did my O and A level in Masulita, in the Luelo Triangle, in a school called Light College, Katikamu. But I found myself at the university, and to me, that opened all the opportunities. So I was a leader at student level at high school. I was a leader at Makerere. I was also a leader in Wunsa, that's at national level. And I've been a leader from the cultural front. I'm a gallant member of Nkoba Zambogo. I have been a leader of young people in the SDA church. I've been a leader in the opposition. I'm a founding vice president of the Uganda Young Democrats. I have been a leader in the NRM Youth League. I've been a youth MP. I was a woman MP. I was a minister. And I decided on my own to quit elective politics. And I'm glad I'm now doing politics at strategic level. So I'm just going to share. And I'm so glad about the topic, breaking through the barriers. Is it mentorship or patronage? For me, before any of those, whether it is mentorship or patronage, first and foremost, it's about you. It's about me. Because before anybody mentored me, before anybody patronized me, if they ever did anyway, but me as an individual, before anybody knew that there existed a Wanuna Mayanja Rose, I personally knew I existed. And I had my aspirations, I had my plans, which come changing, of course, along the way as you move. But I'll just give you an experience of how, in any case, did I find myself in politics. I come from a family in which we had never had even a chairman of LOC1 or a chairman of the Boa Hall Committee in the village. So there was no inspiration from home that I would say my mother or father or sister or uncle was a leader. And even when I come from Luelo district, many of us who come from that area, we always say our parents fought, and therefore we are what we are because of our parents who paid the ultimate sacrifice. I want to be very categorical that my parents never fought in the war that brought this government in power. So there was nothing to attach myself on in that line. It has been, like I'm saying, before anybody mentored me, as an individual, I had the desire to be who I want to be. And I was so glad when I looked at the program, I saw a number of young people. Some are not young people. We always call ourselves the senior youth, because for all that I have been, and that which I am, and that which I will ever be, I owe it to my youthful time. I owe it to how I handled, to how I harnessed the opportunities, to how I overcame the challenges between the ages of 18 and 30, which is our constitutional limit for young people. So any young people who is here today, and you are in that bracket, I just want to say that you can be anything that you choose to be. Before anybody mentors you, before anyone patronizes you, you have what it takes to be even a president of this country or the African Union or a president of the UN. So how you handle your period of, because being a youth is a transition. You can't be a permanent youth. It's just a transition. You come, you go. So for me, how I found myself in politics, like I've said, I come from a very apolitical family. I don't know what political party my parents espoused. I just imagine, because of the politics so at that time, that maybe they were sympathetic, not even supporters, but sympathetic to DP. But at home, I never saw anybody put on, as I was growing up, anything to, any colors or talking about politics at home. But because I was active at secondary level, at school, I was the leader of the debating club. Like I said, it starts from within you as an individual. Now, when I reached Makerere, politics there was more versatile. And at that time, I was in Makerere between 95 and 98. At that time, there was a very vibrant debate club. And the time we came in, I think it was led by the likes of, it was Mr. Joseph Luzige, the late Bob Kasango, Andrew Mwenda, the old man of the clan, and many others were there. So and that was a time when the Constitution was being made, the Constituent Assembly. And just like it is today, many young people at the university, we tend to be on the opposite side of government. And even in our faculties, and as you talk, this is what we're talking about, and the media, of course. So there was a debate in the University Hall quadrangle. And the motion was that the constitution-making process is a total flop and poses great danger to national unity, peace, and development. So for me, when I saw posters around talking about a debate, I said I should be there. And I was a non-resident. By that time, we used to be called non-residents. but on government sponsorship. So government would pay for even the hostel fee would be paid by government, because you had the basics to start with. So I went to that debate with one of my colleagues with whom we stay at the same hostel, just to see what's going on. And Dr. Semogere was there, the late Kajabagu Karusoke, and John Kenny Richams, the man, on one side, and then there was the late Mayombo on this side. There was another Honorable Pole Tumwine, he was a CA delegate, and I don't remember the third one. So when they finished speaking, they opened the debate for the audience. And people started debating and debating, but they were only the male gender. So Joseph Luzige, the former chairman of Mitiana, was the one chairing that debate. And he was like, is there any lady who wants to contribute? So as an active debater at high school, I also had my opinions. And I put up my hand. So when I put up the right hand, my friend put it down. And she was like, Gwerozo ogenda kwogera biki wano? When she put down my right hand, I put the left hand up. And Luzige saw it and said, okay, there is a lady there, there is a lady there. I was in first year, first semester. And when I went at the podium, of course, I tested Makerere and everything. I said, I'm Rose Namayanja, BA1. And they're like, fresher, fresher. Of course, a fresher doing BA. And at that time, BA, these people, Frank and the rest, know the dynamics then. When you do a BA, they used to say, BA means below average. Be around, you know. And I was a non-resident. So my name would be written in Rose Namayanja, NR, BA, bracket NR. NR meant non-resident. But these students at university concluded it to be with NR means nearly rejected. So you can imagine being below average, nearly rejected. You were like a second class student. And to be honest, for me, like I said, I went through a school in Masulita. We didn't have teachers so well. I am a beneficiary of the 1.5 points of affirmative action. Because when they calculated what I got plus the cutoff point, by then they would use cutoff points. The cutoff point in our year was 16. And when they added everything, including the 1.5, I got 16.1. So when they say you are nearly rejected, you also know it deep inside you that you are nearly what? Nearly rejected. But like I said at the beginning, for me as a youth leader, what has made me who I am today is that I don't mind what others think about me. It's about me and what I think and my potential. So if you want to be a leader anywhere, it's about your confidence, your self-esteem. When somebody puts down my hand, deep inside me before anybody mentored, because if you're talking about mentorship or patronage, you are putting up your hand, somebody is putting it down, and then you are putting it up. So when I went and spoke, I spoke on the side of the opposition. And because I had been debating at student level, at high school, I was not very average, I want to believe. And after the debate, some brown mid-sized gentleman came to me. I've just been telling Honorable Silanda the story. And the gentleman was asking me, Namayanja, which hall are you? Which room? What is your room number? But because I had spoken on the opposition side of the debate, I thought these are state operatives. So I told him, I sleep in Africa D9. Remember, I'm a non-resident. I had not even gone to Africa. I didn't even know whether they had a block called the D or whether a room D9 existed. But I was trying to avoid this guy, and I'm sure he went there looking for Namayanja. So later on, 2 weeks later, Luzige finds me at the Arts Quadrangle. I am telling you this to show you that really, before anybody mentors you, it's you to open those doors. It's you to render yourself mentorable, if that word exists. So Luzige finds me at the Arts Quadrangle, and it's like, we've been looking for you for 2 weeks. I said, what is the problem? And he told me, Dr. Semogere wants to see you. And I'm like, which Semogere? Into the Minister for Public Service. So I was like, Namanja from Blemez, I'm now going to meet a minister. So I agreed, and he said we shall find him at the CA. We went to the Constituent Assembly, and we met the late Anthony Sekweyama. He was the Assistant Secretary of DP. I don't even remember the debate, but what intrigued me at that time was that as we were waiting for them, Luzige went to the reception. They gave us some papers, some small paper like the coupon they gave me today, and said we go in the Strangers Gallery of the Constituent Assembly. So I sat in there. I saw the likes of Honorable Miriam Matembe, the likes of Honorable Speciosa Kazibwe, the likes of Honorable Byanyima, and of course other women, and I'm like, okay, women have space here. And then I saw the Honorable Romushanas, the Honorable Mayombos, I saw the youth delegates, just like you have youth MPs now, and I'm like, even young people have space here. So I want to believe that I literally went to the Strangers Gallery on a daily basis. Even when I was not a CA delegate, I will tell you who said what in that house. But to me, that was the inspiration that I got. And by the time I finished my first year, I had an idea of where I want to be and what I want to do. So, of course, later on, we formed the Uganda Young Democrats. But one thing I'll say about that period in Uganda Young Democrats, because Mr. Chairman and the organizers, when we come in such fora, for me, I disabuse myself of the political bias. I want to debate it as is, and such that somebody can get it. Of course, I give credit where it's due, but not coming to say, you know, this is it, this is how we do it. I want to give the whole overview. When we started the Uganda Young Democrats, we had a mantra. A mantra is something you keep talking about, you keep reminding yourself. If you are a youth leader and you say, I am going to go in parliament, I want to be an MP, and you stick to it, it really becomes part of your psyche. So in UID, our mantra was that we are going to hit headlines in this country. Every time we would find, because we are talking about breaking through barriers. At that time, it was very difficult to oppose government. And I mean, everybody would not understand you. But I want to say that was our mantra. And regardless of where we are or which political party we subscribe to today, we have hit headlines in this country. Because some of us were in NRM, me, Luzige, and the rest. And then the other side, when you see Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, Honorable Lulume Baiga, Mr. Mukakulubega, that was the team. So at that time, as young people, we had something that drives us. So regardless of which political party you belong to, whether NRM, DP, NUP, or any other, FDC, or any other party, there must be something that you fight for. And for us, that formed our time there. So later on, when I joined students' politics at national level, UNSA, that's when I interacted with a network of young people who are the leaders today in this country. I must say many MPs have gone through that, many other leaders, and from UNSA, that's where we found ourselves in the National Youth Council. Now, because I knew what I wanted, before I would get the mentorship in the National Youth Council, I had made up my mind that I want to be an MP. By the time I left Makerere, the position was very clear. And the easiest I would go for was being a youth MP. I asked others around me, how does one become a youth MP that they are elected? How are they elected? Through youth councils. What are youth councils? That there is the National Youth Council Statute. What does it say? And then I got a copy. Brigadier Katabaz is one of those that really played a part in many of our generation's politics. There was Right Honorable Chidega, Mr. Shaft Nasa Mkwaya, Honorable Wilson Kazwenje, the MP for Nyabushozi. Most people thought he was a new entrant, but he's one of those fighters. Honorable Baka Mugabe Stephen. So we decided we go for youth council elections. Now, at that time, for a graduate to go and contest as a village youth chairperson or even to be on a village committee was like, how do I begin contesting at that level? But because some of us knew that you want to be an MP, yes, the law allows you to contest, to be a candidate, but you want to be a voter. Now, if I can't be a voter, how do I begin contesting? So I looked around at the national level and I realized we come from the same district with Mr. Shaft Nasa Mukwaya. We sat down and we were like, what do you want? Mukwaya said, I want to be a national youth delegate to the National Youth Council. And I told him I want to be the district youth chairperson of Luwero. So we went down to Luwero, we did our politics. When I told them I want to be a district youth chairperson, they asked me, have you ever heard of a girl chairing a district youth council? Because when I was reading through the concept, that issue of the female youth empowerment came through. And like I said, we have lived it. They told me there is no way. Have you ever heard of one? You go for secretary for female youth. Go for your seat. Because out of the 9, there was that one seat for female youth. And I'm like, but what does the law say? I read the National Youth Council statute and it allows anybody between 18 and 30. So we did our politics, of course, and later on, I won. You know, contesting as somebody who has been who contested for guild in Makerere. You become a guild minister. You have been the vice president of the Uganda Young Democrats, calling press conferences in Kampala. You now go to Kalaji Village Youth Council to contest in Iruero. And when you say, I did Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences, what is social sciences in the first place to those people? I've been a guild minister. What is guild? And who do I find as a candidate? My opponent was a P6 dropout. So still, it goes back to my statement in the beginning. It's about you. Somebody else would be like, how do I contest with a P6 dropout? It's like, and you know, village politics is so funny. I wanted to talk about my CV, they would not understand it. And this boy came and told my family and said, let me say this in Uganda, eyo diguli tugenda kujizinga zinga mutaka yonna. But because I knew what I wanted, for them they were looking at the village, for me I was looking at the August house. So what I did, and I didn't grow up in Kalaji, in Nakaseke, I grew up in Iruero. So I made sure that I spent some good time picking coffee, and I made sure the coffee I pick is just on the road. It's the one near the road there. Such that everybody sees I'm the village person. When I'm peeling matoke, I would sit down, very strategically such that people passing by the road see me seated down. This is a former guild minister. And I'll sit down and cover myself the Chiganda way. Anyone who knows how we peel matoke in Uganda here. And they're like, Jebale nyabo, kale sebo. So the next 2 days to voting, I knew I would not talk about my credentials. So I asked my father, njagala kutambula mungo Omuganda. Batambula batyanga Abaganda. I'm sure now we all know it. Your lineage, who are we? Who am I? In terms of our clan and everything. And this is something that not many young people know. So when we went for voting, for me, I just kutambula mungo Omuganda of the Mutima clan. And still it goes back to that state. It's about you. Study the environment. And how, and then your programs, your plans, your strategy will be based on that. So I knew this is what these guys understood more. And they were surprised that a graduate can even say that. And afterwards, of course, I became a village youth chairperson, a parish youth chairperson, a sub-county youth chairperson, and that's how I found myself at the district level contesting. I found resistance because a girl was not supposed to contest for chair because there had never been one. In any case, they have theirs. For the female youth, I must say they are facing double jeopardy. When you are a young girl, to go and contest in the women league or the women councils, they will ask you whether you are married or not. When you come to the youth councils or the youth league, they are like, you go for the other seat. You go in the women council. So that's one of the things that really challenged me. But I stood my ground, I contested, and I became the first ever female to head a district youth council. Because I gave myself an ultimatum, if I can't be a district youth chairperson, then I can't contest as a youth MP. Because if I fail to mobilize the young people of Luweero, how do I mobilize those of Uganda or Central Region? So when I won, in 1998 we came for elections for youth MPs. And I positioned myself so well, I spoke so well. But when we had started voting, you'll again allow me to say this in Uganda, there was chemical that was moving around. And they're like, Ssaabasajja Kabaka tunaamugamba tutya. Ti abasajja be bonna baaweddeyo ne tuleeta omukazi akiikirira Obuganda mu Parliament. You get it? How shall we tell the Kabaka that his men could not stand and that we brought a woman to represent Uganda in Parliament? And because of that, I lost by 3 votes to Honorable Faizo Salichikulukunyu. And for me, even after losing, I was like, because the MPs at that time, the Honorable Kanyas, the Honorable Tiperu Nusula, and others, they served for only 3 years. They went in late. I was like, I'll wait for the 3 years. I'm still within the age bracket. I was 23 then, so in 2000, I just made sure that as a district youth chairperson, I do my best. I was very active at national level and at district level. I built a network in the Greater Luweero area. And 3 years down the road, I contested. We were 9 candidates, and I was the only female again, but that I had understood what I went through the other time. There were a number of people, Honorable Mbabali Jude, the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, and many others. And I defeated them. I became the Youth MP for Central Region. Because even contesting to say that I'm contesting for Central Region, the question was, you have your slot for female youth. You get it? And this time it was not at local level. Very senior leaders, because by that time I had joined the movement, but very senior leaders in the movement sat me down and they're like, Genda kuchiri echamwe. That you go for the other and for female youth, and I had to look some of these, our elders in the eye, and I'm like, this is what I want, and I have what it takes to win it, and I'll take responsibility if I fail. So that's how I became a youth MP and became active. Now, for somebody who is a youth leader, if you become a member of parliament, or even when you go to the district district local council, what we go through as youth leaders prepares you for any position in this country. You can't be from the youth councils or from the youth league and you'll be an average MP unless you choose to. So I was active as a youth MP, and one person sat me down and was like, Katina Mayanja, you are a youth MP, but you know you are not going to be youth in 2006. And that was Honorable Mao. Honorable Mao said, you be active here, but identify a constituency. When you get that constituency, you become a national leader. There are many people that talk to you along your journey of leadership. And as a young person, everyone will give you advice. But there are those people that come and talk to you and you really keep that with you. So Honorable Mao was the MP for Gulu municipality And together with him, we were on the executive of Amani Parliamentary Forum. It's a regional youth body. He told me that, and I was like, okay. So that's when I started now my activism for Woman MP for Luweero. And they made it easier for me when towards elections, Nakaseke was carved out of Luweero. And because of what I went through as a youth leader in students' politics, in WUNSA, as a youth MP, that's why I told you that for what I am and what I'll be, I owe it to that time that I was a youth leader. So when I went to contest in Nakaseke for the primaries in NRM, and you are a young person, everybody's like, achari muto, achari muto. Because let me also say this, as young people or as the youth in this country, we have not reached where we want the young people to be, but we are not where we were. That's also for a fact. When we entered parliament, we were endangered species. You stand up to speak, and they are looking at you, they're like, Oba agenda kwogera chono. They're not sure what you are going to say. One time we were making the Yala guidelines, election of Yala MPs. And I was like, we need young people to be in Yara. One professor, it was actually Professor Tassis Kabwejere, said, you didn't come here to grow. And you're like, really? We are all MPs and you're telling me I didn't come here to grow. And for me, I'm a youth MP, so I am talking for my constituency. So, but as young people then, the few in parliament, we held our ground, we were versatile. And today, actually the senior citizens are an endangered species in parliament than the young people, because the numbers are quite big. So for me, I was active. I knew what I wanted at any particular time. In 2000, when we were preparing for youth council elections, because knowing what you want is key as a young person. You may not achieve it either at that time, or you may never achieve it at all. But you must have a goal for yourself, but also for the values and what you are fighting for. Whether for your party, or for your region, or for the country. For me, I know as a person, I wanted to be a leader in this country. And it was, of course, it starts with country, but you can't come from the air. It's country, but you come from where you were born or where you have locus to contest. In 2000, I gave myself two options. I was either going to be an MP, and if I failed, I was going to join the army. Those were my two options. And by God's grace, the first one, I won, and I left the other. And because I was active and part of what is key as a young person who wants to champion your party values or programs and policies, or your national goals, there is what they call personal development. Of course, if you ask me whether it is mentorship or patronage, it's mentorship. For me, I don't believe in politics of patronage. And any political party, by the way, will want more of telling the young person what to do than the reverse. But it's about you. So one thing that I did was to teach myself public speaking, goal setting, those attributes that I felt were very, very important. And so when I contested in our primaries for woman MP, I won by 89%. And in the general elections, I came unopposed as woman MP for Nakaseke. And when I reached there, I said I want to be a parliamentary commissioner. Because at any one time, I mean, the opportunities available gives you what to do. So when we started campaigning, little did we know that the MPs who were there before and the senior leaders, they had candidates, people they thought would be better, but we had put up a very robust campaign, and then they just called me and said, Katina Mayanja, you leave that thing. We are going to give you a committee to chair. You are going to be the chair of the defense committee. And I'm like, chair of the defense committee, okay. And then I took it because compromise is also part of politics. So I became the chair of the defense committee. You allow me, I mention people's names, but it helps you to really understand where I'm coming from. When I was appointed the chair of the defense committee as a former youth MP, I was 31 years old. Honorable Katuntu went on the capital gang and said, NRM is not serious. How do you get a kid like Namayanja to chair a very sensitive committee like the defense committee? So this you will hear from both sides of the aisle. Even from family, I should also let you know. Even your spouse, there we have had cases where spouses contest for the same seat. You will get negativity. Actually, you get more of negative vibes than the positive one. And it comes back to you, how grounded you are. So when Honorable Katuntu said that, I said, this one is joking. I am going to invest my time, energy, and brains to become one of the best chairs of the committees, not only of defense, but in the August House. And then I gave it my time. I read widely, because for me, I've never done even in Mchaka Mchaka. The time I should have done Mchaka Mchaka, I was in UID. So as an MP, there's no way I would go for Chaka Mchaka. But I really understood the security architecture, not only of Uganda, but of the region and Africa. And later on, we had some conference, we presented, and I got an offer to go and do a master's in security sector management. And I took it with open hands, open arms, and I was supported by our president, and I went and trained at the Defense Academy of the United Kingdom. So I'm a security expert in one way or the other. You get it? So, but what I'm trying to say is that people will put you down, even in your political party. Before you talk about other parties, in your own house, there are those that will fight you. In most cases, if not all, the senior leaders in your party, especially when you come from the same area, it can be the same district, it can be the same region, they will see you as a threat. So it's really, before they, if you're expecting to be mentored, you will be fought. Because there's mentorship on one hand. These meetings here mentor us, but when you go down there, the pressure you'll get before the next meeting of such magnitude, if you are not grounded as an individual, it can put you down. So, for me, I was active as a chair of the Defense Committee. After 1 year, members of Parliament from Central Region, I think somehow the Buganda caucus was not, this Charles, like he said, he knows it all because he was part of it. They were like, the Buganda caucus is not active. So they said we are going to elect a new leadership. We went down there with his colleagues and we were like, who is going to be the chair? We're looking for people on this day of voting. And we said Honorable Najemba wanted to be a chair, but he's out of the country, so let's go in and see. That was around 11 a.m. At 2 p.m., Honorable Mariam Nalubega calls me and it's like, because we have been in youth politics for long, we call each other Kapo. It was Kapate Kakati Ononya Kalulu. I said, which Kalulu? Said the chair of Buganda caucus. I said, I don't know about it. Some of my colleagues came to me and said, we are going to vote for you. I said, no, I can't. Because you know the dynamics of Buganda caucus versus central government. And that was the time when the hostility was at its peak. So I literally was dragged by senior leaders within Parliament from Central Region. And they said, you are going to be the chair of Buganda caucus. Some people called me and they're like, you are finished. You can't handle those two. You can't be an RM and then at the same time be a chair of Buganda caucus and stand ground. But because of what I went through as a young person, because of what I went through in Nkoba Zambogo, because of what I went through in Unsa, it's always fighting. The Unsa people are here, they know it. The National Youth Council, the dynamics there are totally different. Because of what I went through, I was able to know what I'm supposed to do. And still, I performed well. In the most controversial periods of the caucus, and this was a caucus where you had a Muganda Vice President, a Muganda Speaker, and a Muganda Prime Minister. There are those meetings of caucus that would chair, and all of them are in attendance, and you're like, who am I to chair this meeting? But because you know what you stand for, you read. Let me tell you, leaders are readers, and readers are leaders. Read. You can't be a leader. I don't mind which political party you subscribe to, but you can't be a reader who is uninformed. I mean, you can't be a leader who is uninformed. So, to me, that when I went back in 2011, somehow I did so well as chair of Uganda caucus. I did so well as chair of Defense Committee. I think I also did well as an MP, and I won in the primaries by 93%. I am one of those who did not struggle to be an MP. But it all goes back to the foundation. So I won primaries by 93%, and in the general elections, I won by 92%. In 2011, I was appointed a Minister of State for Luwero Triangle. In 2012, I went and told my voters that I'm not contesting again. Because for me, I treasure writing my script and follow it. I took a decision to serve 3 terms in Parliament in 2004 when I was still a youth MP. And I stood by it, and that's why I said, let me go and do law. But that with what you'll have gone through as a young person, as a leader, there is what you think you are, but there is also what the public thinks you are. And the perception of the public about you, the values, because as a leader, for me, that's why I said, I don't mind which political party you belong to, but wherever you are, the value systems are universal. Integrity is very, very key for any leader. I cannot blow my trumpet, but I must say I have walked a smooth journey. And for me to be in leadership for over 20 years, and you can still walk with your head high, is something that, because you are a leader, you are in this fora, you are going to go everywhere, but your character determines your journey. Your character determines your journey. For the female youth who are here in leadership, a lot has to do with your character. Wherever these guys go, they will go and tell themselves where they have been. What happens in the dark is known on the streets of Kampala. Whether it is financial impropriety or social dynamism, it finds itself on the streets. So, for me, I will once again say, whether it's mentorship or patronage, I would opt for mentorship. Use this is an information age. Everything is on the internet. Everything is on the internet. If you get fora like this, embrace them. If you get senior leaders, do not hesitate to engage with those people that you want to aspire to be like. One of the people, of course, I've been mentored. I had an opportunity to work with the President of Uganda right from an early age, right from when I was a youth MP. And I've learned, I've been his mentee, even when he doesn't know that he's actually mentoring me, because it doesn't have to be a session. But seeing how he handles a number of things and that kind of stuff. If you ask me one person I always wanted to be like as a speaker, not exactly in terms of the way he presents or the energy. There are 2 women that really inspired me first and foremost before I talk about the other one. And they both speak differently. Honorable Cecilia Ogwal is a fast speaker, very, very fast speaker. And Honorable Winnie Byanyima is a slow speaker. But they are both talented speakers. At that time, I was looking for women that really are speakers. So as a young person, who is that person that you think you want to be like? Even when you do not interact, but there is a lot we learn from the senior leaders. One of the challenges that young people face is to say, we the young people, this is our generation. Yes, it is your generation, but there must be, Isaac Newton said, I've been able to see very far and reach far because I have stood on shoulders of giants. You can't do it alone. Now, the person who, during the CA debates that I used to watch, inspired me so much was Honorable Jaberi Bidandi Sali. Because when you have both antagonistic sides, even when you belong to one of those sides, you can advance your points, you can advance your side without being crude. The politics by the young people this time, ngenda mwabya. Ogenda mwabya, but the public is seeing you and they are forming opinions about you. Because leadership is about mutual respect. I used to see Honorable Bidandi Sali. There was one time a debate in the CA of whether the movement political system should be included in the national constitution. And the movement system was very combative. The opposition side was extremely combative. And they all spoke. Afterwards, Honorable Bidandi Sali stood up and said, we have concluded 98% of this constitution. He went back to the journey where they came from, and he highlighted the achievements they have made together as a constituent assembly. And you would see the opposition clapping and the movement doing what? Clapping. And he cooled the tempo. At the end of the day, of course, he was movement and he advanced his side and everybody went on board. So there must be those people that you think you want to be like. Don't fear to engage them if you can. Very few will deny you opportunity in your parties or even outside politics. So I just want to say, as a young person, know what you want. If you know what you want, nobody can patronize you. Anybody who might think that they are using you for politics, of course that's a challenge, and it cuts across all political parties. But as they think they are using you, you can also use them to advance your goals. It can be a two-way. The biggest problem now is transactional politics by the young people. Transactional politics. This is the journey we are going to take, and somebody is like, Mfunira muwa. Mtemera. Yes, vaja kutemera, but you will also bury your political life. So I just want, once again, to thank, as I conclude, the organizers for this event, where you bring young peoples from different political persuasions together, where you bring different speakers to come and talk about their journeys and their experiences. And I just want to appeal to the young people that how you use this time determines your next journey. There is no time that you'll ever find that the environment, the political environment, is 100% conducive. It will never be. But whatever the situation is, they say it's only when it gets dark that you can see the stars. Whatever, of course we want a fair ground, and it's what we are working for. And as on the side of NRM, I can't fail to say this. Like I said at the beginning, we may not be where we want to be, but we are not where we were. If you look at the cabinet of today, if you look at the parliament of today, if you look at the local councils from sub-county to district level, the young people now can have space, but most importantly, we can still work together and have economic empowerment and ensure that whatever political space we have achieved or we have got, how do we maximize on that? I thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Namayanja, for such a wonderful, wonderful sharing. I found it hard interrupting you and added you 20 minutes on top of what you had been allocated, the 45 minutes. But the time allocated plus the extras were all worth the sharing. I've taken lots of points, and some of them are things that these young people must never forget. It is the Dutch who like starting with the good things. They say, however bad the situation is, the Dutch usually say, can you start with the positive? And when you said we have not reached where we want to be as young people, but we are not where we were, and you said, you underlined it saying, for sure. I liked that. And some of them are very good reflections. On mentorship, one thing I liked about what you said, following people. Many times as young people, we tend to think that you must be attached. Not necessarily so. You can actually follow someone from a distance, and you follow their value systems, you follow their trails, and you follow in their footsteps, even if they don't know that you're following them. It's still part of mentorship. I think some of the problems we have in this part of the world where mentorship sounds a new term is that we misunderstand the whole context and the concept of mentorship, and we think that you must be tutored, you know, a physical class of sorts. Far from it. You can actually follow the Honorable Namayanja like some of us have done. And I was already an active journalist when you contested when you were elected, because I didn't see you campaign for Buganda caucus, but I recall very vividly on the steps of Parliament, my colleagues, especially Buganda journalists, saying, now a woman to be chairperson? And for us, we didn't understand the politics of Buganda caucus, and only to hear in the evening that Honorable Namayanja, a woman, had been elected. And how you navigated it is a question for another day that we can learn from. So thank you very much. And we are going to have a panel discussion to discuss this. And it's time now that I have to invite the panel discussants, and they're going to be looking at breaking through the barriers as the Honorable has just discussed for us or presented. Is it mentorship or patronage? The Honorable Matanda Abubekar, is he here? Yes. I like the clapping. You know, you can tell from the clapping whether you are going to pass an election on a day or not. Whether you are going to withdraw from the contest or not, you can tell from the weight of the clapping. So Matanda, thanks for being a popular guy on youth issues. We will have Honorable Nyamutoro Fiona. These are popular youth leaders. We will also have Julia Muhumuza. Julia Muhumuza. We will have Dennis Ouma. And finally, we will have Honorable Abel Fred on the panel. I think we are good to go. We are good to go, and yes, everything is good, and we will have a smooth ride. We want to hear from you. It is this is an expert panel conversation. And the Honorable Namayanja has left it on a very interesting note. She started with looking at the question, is it mentorship or patronage? And she ended for her, she eventually responded to the question and said she looks at the entire path of development as mentorship, and it depends on how you pick it up. And I liked the part where she said, some people might think they are using you, but you can also use them. Very exciting end there. So I will start with, Dennis. Your experience. We are going to have 40 minutes. We are going to have 40 minutes of sharing here, and then at a certain time I will pick some questions. The whole time for you allocated is 1 hour, but some of them I will share with the plenary so that they can have their own insights, about 5 to 7. So start preparing your thoughts so that when I call on you, you already know what you want to say in a minute so that we can have as much discussion as possible. So Dennis, what your thoughts are in the first 2-3 minutes of, breaking through the barriers? How do you go through it? What is your story?
Move it closer. That's okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Dennis Ouma. All protocol observed. I'm humbled to have been invited as a panelist this evening. Among other things, I am the national chairman for the Persons with Disability League of the Forum for Democratic Change political party. I thought, having listened to the Right Honorable Namayanja speak for an hour, would be given at least 10 minutes to share our stories. But we'll manage. Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for that inspiration. In the words of the Indian revolutionist Mahatma Gandhi, the independence hero, he said, "My life is my message." And this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to briefly share my story, and that shall be my message to you, with a sincere hope that the young people in this audience shall pick a thing or two, that something from deep within shall be stirred up to believe that it is possible, irrespective of the barriers. As the topic for discussion says, breaking the barriers. It was on the 8th of July 2008, that is about 15 years ago. I was a young person. I was 23 years of age. At which time, I had just done my third year exams at Makerere for my first degree. I had a job. I was the passenger services supervisor at Entebbe International Airport. I was doing well. When on that fateful night, I was involved in a road traffic accident from where I sustained a spinal cord injury. And from that instant on, I could not feel my legs, feel my hands, or even turn my head an inch because of the damage that had been done to my spine. I had never interacted with anyone who had a condition similar to mine. Never read about it, or even never imagined it was possible. My sense of acumen, however, was astute. Now, as a result, I lost my airport job because, of course, I could not work, use my hands, stand on my feet. I could not complete my first university degree at the time. I could not write. I literally could depend upon the support of a personal assistant from when I wake up, to brush my teeth, to dress me up, to prepare me a cup of coffee, because I had lost my body function, other than my brain. Is somebody's brain out there still functional? Now, fast forward. Of course, people said somebody had bewitched me and all that. I was 23. I had 2 cars at the time, living in a mansion, completing my first degree, had an airport job. It came down crumbling. Of course, I thought 3-6 months down the road, my story would change. I would get back on my feet as advised by the hospitals from where I sought rehabilitation. That was not the story. I was at liberty to throw a pity party, ladies and gentlemen, upon myself. I had a family to support. Now, I took it upon myself to read and establish what else there was for a person with disability. Remember, that was only one person, making a statistic of more than 12.5% of Ugandans living with different forms of disability. Did you know that over 6.5 million people in Uganda alone are living with disabilities? Over 200 million people in Africa, and a whopping 1.5 billion people globally live with different forms of disability, some mild, others mere. I found out along the way that I needed to contribute to capacity building programs in the country that would uplift people with different disabilities. I read widely I committed to get back to class and complete my first degree. I made attempts at several universities to do law. One university after the other rejected me for the reason I was too disabled to be in class. And genuinely so. They would say, but Dennis, you can't try it. How are you going to sit your tests? How will you sit your exams? How will you ascend to the third floor to the library? I had no answers myself, but I had read the Constitution and was incumbent upon both state and non-state parties to make sure that everything I needed was in place for me to be in class. I went to the next university and to the next and to the next and knocked at the next until when I found a way out. Makerere opened doors for me to study. To sit my exams, I had to hire 2 writing assistants, a recording equipment, and a full-time invigilator to have me complete my tests. Through my first degree, I enrolled, ladies and gentlemen, for my postgraduate. Through those barriers of commuting, among other things. And as I speak, most recently, I was even awarded a scholarship, a prestigious Chevening scholarship to study in one of the leading universities in the UK for another master's program. Now, along the way, it is often argued that, like Proverbs 13:20 says, you walk with the wise, you become wise. For the companion of fools suffers harm. We often rise only to the level, we do not often rise to the level of our potentials, but rather we rise to the level and quality of your relationships. Who are your mentors has been the subject of study today. I'll simply say it: relationships. The relationships each one of us cultivates either pushes you forward to your purpose in life, or rather drifts you away further from your purpose in life. The relationships you nurture and cultivate on a daily in your immediate environment. After my second master's degree in business, I committed to be a business coach with an aim to pursue disability inclusion, but not through advocacy and running down the streets, but through business. I know all over my years in politics as a person with disability, I've had to reach out to my NRM colleagues in the disability fraternity, petition Parliament, petition the President. I've contested for National Member of Parliament in the last election, where I came out the 8th out of 14 contestants. And I will contest again because I've identified the problem. Issues of no money are coming out in this symposium, but as a business coach, I don't want to forget this. Entrepreneurs are compensated for solving problems. Nobody is going to reach out and give you money without a solved problem. Look closely around your environment and seek to solve a problem. Start a business. As a young person, invest in yourself, bet on yourself, and pay tuition for yourself. I have done that. I have done several businesses as an entrepreneur. Most recently, having started the corporate disability inclusion consultancy, so that as young people here and as leaders, as development partners, as implementers, government ministries, departments and agencies, we are out to empower you all institutions, to prioritize the minority groups of people, the young leaders, the people with disability, at your planning, your programming, your implementation, your monitoring and evaluation. Where is the disability? The National Youth Council, I hope you have persons with disability in this audience this evening. be intentional on bringing to the forefront the underprivileged, the disadvantaged. When I wanted to become a business coach, I worked with the business coaches. As I conclude, I see Charles looking at me with a suggestive eye. I was having a conversation with one of my mentors this evening, called Salam Musumba, Honorable. And she said, as young people here this evening, we need to be able to define what the barriers are in crystal clear terms. What are the barriers? Where are the barriers? Even more importantly, we may have some who are the barriers, because 60 years after independence, it may be who is standing in the way, and what are the young people doing about it? Uganda is not short of legal instruments. We have ratified several other international legal instruments. There is a problem about implementation, however, on the other hand. May I propose to NIMD and other organizers of this symposium that we bring together implementing partners, government MDAs, our development partners, civil society, to have an honest conversation in order to avoid duplication. Because so many people are funding so many things, and there is no accountability in the education sector, in the health sector. I had a chance to go across the country in the last election, and I interacted with persons with albinism, people who are unable to reach out and work under the sun. They are visually impaired as well. The blind people, they cannot get a job unless they have other equipment that is bought or personal assistants to support them. People with spina bifida, physical impairments like myself, people who are hard of hearing, people who need sign language interpretation to even be in an audience like this one. Where are they? I interacted with a gentleman, a father to a 7-year-old son, whom he had been carrying on his back from baby class to primary 2 every single day of school, until such a time when he could not do that anymore. Reason, he had no wheelchair. When they reached out to me saying this young man has been first in class every single day, but is unable to go to class because he doesn't have a wheelchair. Service delivery to the ground is missing. The other secondary factor, the father could not buy Pampers for the young man anymore, because after all, the toilet systems at the school were so improper for him to be able to access. At the implementation level, there is duplication. And therefore, implementing partners, development partners, civil society must have a conversation, ask each other the hard questions, find solutions. At the end of the day, the less advantaged shall be given priority. Is it mentorship or patronage? It is simply the relationships you build. You need to be intentional on following through, nurturing and cultivating those relationships that push you to the next level rather than drift you away from your purpose in life. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dennis, for that sharing. Let's now hear from Julia Muhumuza. Your story, your conversation with us, is it mentorship or patronage?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julia Muhumuza, and I'm so humbled to be on this panel. I think I'm the youngest, hopefully. Yes, I'm the youngest.
You're not the youngest, the bill is?
My story is a bit, in relationship with my young age, but I think it resonates with very many young people in the same category. I come from a family that doesn't want anything to do with politics, yet growing up, even through school, I've been like at the forefront of all leadership engagements. So, in high school, it is less to do with politics, and then university, it is actually the actual politics. So for me, when I joined Makerere University Business School, I take on the elective positions, the junior ones. For those ones, you don't really feel the real political fire until I ran for guild president. So when I tell my parents I'm running for guild president, they're completely out. It's a no from them. So you don't expect any form of mentorship, any form of support from them. And I remember at that time, I was really young, and I looked out for people who have maybe tried to be in these positions before, and they were all closed doors. And long story short, I finally lose the election, but I want to mention something here, and I'm sorry I will not be so specific. We have very many mentorships going on across the country for targeting different young people. And I happened to apply to a couple of these at a time when I felt like I needed to benefit from these mentorship programs. I am a very young, vibrant soul. I need to be out there. I need to be groomed. I need to be mentored. I need someone to hold my hand and show me, this is how it's supposed to be done. This is how you get out from this and all that. I applied to all of them, and they all rejected me. I don't know, maybe because I had failed. So eventually, fast forward, when I win Vice President, UNSA, I wanted to test something. I applied for the same programs as Vice President UNSA, and they gave me. So, but before I leave the same issue, I'm so humbled to be in the same room with Right Honorable Rose Namayanja. She came to MOOBS when I was still running for guild president. I think she saw the fire that was burning in me to really serve. She held my hand, So she, among very many people, is the category of the very many that have made it and are willing to hold someone's hand and mentor them. Eventually, even when I lost vice president, she kept on looking out for me. Sorry, when I lost guild president, she kept looking out for me. There is something here. Do you want to participate? That is her. I have been a beneficiary from the Rose Namayanja Foundation through mentorship, And when I get here, when I get these other mentorships, in my head, I just told myself, I was just testing out something. And that's the reality, the sad reality. There are very many young people who would eventually be the leaders we want to see actively engage in politics. But the different organization and mentorship programs that would hold their hands. You see, the application process is quite vivid. They tell you to write essays, and if someone is meant to be a leader, you would still see it, but for me, I still believe they just look out for the titles, for people who are already empowered. So for me, I believe mentorship has a lot to do with breaking barriers, because the political scene itself has so much embedded in it that very many young people would want to associate themselves with people who have walked the journey and guide them through it and eventually make it. Then my other issue, I think to us young people, there is a thin line between mentorship and patronage. Why? For us in elective politics, we end up attaching the title mentor to someone who is going to fund our campaigns. You are going to look out for example, if I want to run for NYC, who is the big person who will cash out a lot of money to enable me get where I would get, which should not be the case. And that is how eventually patronage comes in. Why? Because the whole mentorship is attached onto the economic empowerment you're getting from this person. And yet, they are mentors. They are people who can groom you, people who can connect you to very many other relationships, networks that can empower you, not directly through money, and then you're in position to get where you want to get, yes? But we've ended up being victims to patronage, because eventually all you care is who is giving you the sacks of money, and because they're giving you the sacks of money to fund your campaign, then they are mentor. But eventually they are not there, it's the money that is there. So me, I just want to urge the young people out here, let's attach value to who a mentor is. The mentors that we should look out to are the mentors who have walked journeys, who have broken barriers and biases throughout their journeys. If they have done it, it guides you. I mean, you're in position to share your experiences, and they're in position to mentor you, to guide your moves, to guide how you do very many things. And for me, I would say there is a thin line, but I agree with Right Honorable, because I didn't know the politics until I became Vice President UNSA. Like, they help you, but eventually, like she said, they want to use you, but you also end up using them. So it's like either way. Eventually, you have to make sure you get out what puts you in position, to do whatever you should do. And as I conclude, for me, ever since I became Vice President, because maybe I related so much to the need for mentorship, yeah? The political space is not as just as we need youth in the political space. It's a lot, it's a bigger package, yeah? So I ended up reaching out to very many young student leaders, especially in secondary and universities, through the Empowered Forum, just to share experiences and let them know that they can walk this journey with someone. That is one of the ways I've tried to extend mentorship to the young ones below me, and most importantly, to all the people that have been in position to reach where they have reached. You have to believe that there is someone out there who can benefit from your mentorship, and someone we can create more spaces for more people, or we can have more young people in different spaces through mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Later on, perhaps I'm beginning to like and think through this. They use you, and you also have to use them. Perhaps we should also interrogate the concept as well. When NRM is a political party and recruits you, do you think you are going to a convent or to mobilize for NRM? And when they say go and mobilize in the hardest area, are they using you, or they are actually deploying you rightfully where they want you to? Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, I hope that you will tell us whether you think NRM is using you or you are using them. So it's your turn.
If you are on course for a politically aligned journey, you'd probably take up the opportunity, and they are using you while you're also using them in a different kind of way. So you can both achieve your goals in that sense. The measure here, I think we all learn from Honorable Namayanja, is that, yes, you should never be used. They use, you use. We balance interests, and then we can say that, yes, we are talking politics. Right, Honorable, thank you very much for the wonderful remarks. On whether barriers can be broken, absolutely. Exactly how? Ask me how a young person that is from a rural village like mine in Nebi district is able to break barriers. Barriers are easily broken when you're passion-driven, because with passion comes purpose and fulfillment. My number one prayer for every young person is always that you discover yourself early. Do you have the ability to find your niche and focus on it? One of the challenges I've had with being a national leader is that these national podiums expose us to a lot of visibility and admiration, and sometimes it also comes with a lot of misconceptions. I have had very many young girls from the time I was elected, not just for National Female Youth MP, right through my political journey. Every position I have attained, There are always people looking up to you, ladies or gentlemen. Now, some of them are confident enough to reach out and say, I admire you. I wish I could be like you in future. Would you be my mentor? And the first question I always want to ask, why? What is it you admire about me? Just recently, about a week ago, a young lady walked into my office. She had seen me on Twitter. She was looking for me for about a year, so finally she had the opportunity to see me, and she had come all the way to ask me to be her mentor. And I asked her, why do you think I should be your mentor? Her response was, she thinks I make the job look cool. She said, you know, Honorable, you look so cool when you're doing these things, so I think this is something I can pull off well. Really? You can imagine someone who was seated in my office, I barely had words to continue the mentorship talk with her. Is everybody a mentor? Yes. In this room, do you see yourself as a mentor, or you just want to be mentored? The earlier we get to discover that each and every one of us, in our various capacities, from the different backgrounds that we come from, each of us has very many people that are looking up to you, and you can't afford to do less. You can't afford to do less because you do not even know that these people are looking up to you. On whether the mentors that you admire publicly are the right ones that will take you to where your purpose is supposed to lead to in life is another question for the day. I always give myself as an example because knowingly or unknowingly, all the people that I have mentored me, they do not know because I never disclosed to them. Why? Being intentional about what exactly you draw inspiration from. And I also do it purposely because from my experience, I have learned that mentorship does not necessarily have to have physical interaction, that I am supposed to look out for this person, get to know them, because I've also been disappointed a couple of times. There are people that I looked up to, and then when I go to interact with them, I told myself, okay, it is not as much as I expected. Have you found yourself in that situation? And then all of a sudden you are losing the inspiration that was driving you. Who is my greatest mentor? Myself. I am my first greatest mentor. Reason being, it is me exactly, it is only me who understands what my objectives are. I admire, I acknowledge, and appreciate great works that are done by phenomenal people, figures, and I learn from them, I relearn and unlearn all the time. But how best I can incorporate all that into my vision can only be determined by myself. And do you know what the power of that brings about? It makes you unstoppable. And when you reach that point, tell me which barrier will stand in your way. Absolutely none. The earlier we get to have young people ride more on their self-esteem, have a visionary lens for the future, the better we get to utilize mentorship. And while we were having all this breakdown unpackaged by Honorable Namayanja, I was wondering and asking myself, how many young people look up to all of us in this room, maybe us on the panel here, and just think you could wake up and be me? You can wake up tomorrow and be the next National Female Youth MP, but you would definitely not be me, because we probably don't share the same values, we don't believe in the same objectives, we don't have the same work methods, and guess what? That is exactly the same circle of people that you are supposed to be drawing attraction to. People that share your values, people that share the same sentiments as you do. but also keeping in mind that you have the ability to appreciate the differences of others and see how best you can incorporate them. Can mentorship be misleading sometimes? Definitely. I have also seen very many young people lose it because of mentorship. Because in this whole space of admiration and everything comes blindness and obsessiveness. You have seen young people lose themselves because they want to be like a particular person. Now they spend most of their time with this person, then even they want to talk like that person, they want to speak like that person. I met a friend of mine last time. I said, "You never used to talk like this. What is wrong with you now?" And they were mimicking a particular politician. It is not bad to say that you share probably a fashion sense of style or something, but in the value of all this, of mentorship and everything, please never lose yourself. Always make sure that you are on top of the game and you are the engine that is determining the pace you should run at. I think I would tell that to every young person at any given opportunity. Thank you.
Wow. Well done, Fiona. Now we want to hear from Mr. Matanda Abubakar.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you, the Honorable Namayanja, for setting the pace for this discussion. Breaking barriers, is it mentorship or patronage? I quit politics. I now serve as a judicial officer, and therefore my conversations may not be as interesting as they used to be because they are now apolitical. And right from the onset, I want to start technically, because I've been listening to the politicians and you joined them in saying that in mentorship you don't have to meet the person, and from a technical point of view I want to disagree and say there's a difference between role modeling and mentorship. And we can add apprenticeship and so say, I think what is making Honorable Nyamutoro and Honorable Namayanja to somehow draw us from mentorship and push us towards role modeling is out of the understanding that we do not have any mentorship model to speak of as a country. And so you're on your own. And if you're on your own, and I agree, if I draw from my experience, I had an opportunity to serve as a guild president at the Islamic University in Uganda and President UNSA, and eventually into the National Youth Council and the Youth League of an opposition political party. I agree that if you're a young person in Uganda and you're in leadership, you're on your own. And therefore, because you're on your own, you have to take the advice, and I want to give it to Honorable Rose Namayanja, since we don't have a lot of time, drawing from my experience, which was quite related to her experience. I could share what I did. When it became clear to me as a guild president that there was no mentor, you know, I decided to become my own mentor, or to go and move towards role modeling, where you identify someone who is doing something you would want to do, and then you see what you can pick from them. And that's what I did. So one, I drew so much from books. I figured if I read a book written by, say, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, it enables me to sort of have a conversation with them, because in our model, our African model of mentorship was through conversation, and so I can pick their thoughts from the book. And I would dare say right now that I have not known any better mentor than books in the circumstances. Secondly, I also realized that, like Honorable Rose Namayanja, you have to offer yourself and then learn from the job. Because in some better organized societies where hopefully we shall get some time, there are programs, for example, where you could be as a young person, you apply, you are attached to the National Female Youth MP in her office, you see how she's doing things, you go with her to Parliament. Now that is formal institutionalized mentorship. It's not going to happen. So that means you have to offer yourself and then learn through the process. When Honorable Rose was sharing about how she went back to Luero, I remembered how in 2020 I went back to Bududa, camped there for about 3 months, removed the suits. They didn't even know they were dealing with a lawyer because I had to win elections at the village, at the parish, at the sub-county, and I could not win them as a former UNSA president or as a lawyer. That was not necessary for that level. So I had to remove the suits, remove the Kampala vibe and Mbale vibe, and go to the grassroots. And through the process, by the time I reached the district up to the national level, you can be sure I was not the same. The process had mentored me. I've seen many faces here that are familiar. I can say you're already on the right track in that sense. Now, what can we do? What are the barriers, by the way? For me, the barriers were poverty. When I offered myself for Youth MP, I heard Honorable Rose Namayanja saying when she ran that she spoke so well. I fear, Honorable, that speaking well may no longer be, I'm sure they agree, may no longer be a very serious tool in the youth elections. I wish I had that opportunity, because now just to be nominated as a youth MP, you need 3 million Uganda shillings. I don't know how much you paid, Honorable. And then when you go into the details, it gets worse. So the barrier you have may be one of poverty, maybe because of your background or whatever it is. The other barriers are based on discrimination, in quotes. Maybe of a wrong gender, or you come from a wrong district, or whatever it is, in quotes, in form of discrimination. That can be a barrier. The other is violence, because this is a barrier I met. I don't thrive very well in violent environments of chaos, and this is why, and I also thank you for saying, you had said if you don't win, you'd join the army. For me, throughout law school, I knew that if I'm not able to make the impact I want to make in politics, I'll join the judiciary, because I feel that's where my temperament works best. And so as I was doing the politics, I was also reading hard in law school and at LDC and at UC for masters, because that was like my backup plan. And so the barrier could be violence. Now, how do you break these barriers? Is it mentorship or patronage? I wouldn't vote for patronage, because it is a negative verb. It means someone in authority with money or power to distribute positions is using you. I fear the advice that they use you as you use them. You may not go far, because usually the scales are very different. I would vote, since we don't have formal systems of mentorship, I would vote for role modeling, offering yourself. In short, I'm just saying, if I can borrow that political lingua, it is back to you. Honorable Saranda here, while I was, I think, in P6 in Mbale, my uncle, where I was staying, happens to have been in the cohort of Honorable Rose Namayanja, Mr. Masoko Iwaswa, was in politics in Mbale. This Honorable Judge Saranda you see here, I saw him sleeping on the couch in my uncle's house. At that time, my uncle, since they had come through UNSA and the National Youth Council, you know, they had the vibe. They were what you people are now. And I don't know what aspirations he had in his heart, but he decided to kwesibako, if I can use that word, kwesiba on these processes and move through and observe. And I don't know how far he has gone, but he could at an appropriate time give his testimony. So you have to offer yourself. Eventually he kept offering himself. And so in conclusion, this is what I've always believed. I believe that cream, whether you want it or not, rises to the top. So as you hunger to be mentored, do you have a seed within you? There is a school within Buganda here where the motto is Balandiza Chibaze. I was hearing my sister lamenting that the Balandiza Chibaze. I'm going to translate. My sister was lamenting that she applied when, in quotes, she was a nobody, and then later when she was a somebody and was accepted. Balandiza Chibaze is a Luganda word which means, my English betrays me. It means, to kulandiza is like to get something that's growing, that needs support, and then put it on like a tree for support. Yes. So like a creeping plant that needs support. If it can't climb on its own, you get it and, you know, put it on where it can grow. Now, the idea is you do that for something that has germinated, you know? And you germinate if you have a seed within you. How will they kulandiza you if you have not germinated? So you have to first demonstrate potential and fight on your own, and then in the process, baja kulandiza. Thank you very much.
Mr. Matanda just patronized our understanding of mentorship. He's definitely out of order.
Mr. Matanda is just being wise, and I've understood him. His position is of a civil servant now, and which is okay.
I gave a disclaimer.
He has said the same things that Honorable and Fiona and the rest have said.
Yes, but not as a politician.
Not as a politician.
Yes.
Because, you know, creeping plants actually use each other. Study creeping plants better. The ones that creep on the wall. Study the ones that even deliberately, you know, now coming to farmers, those of you who study and observe how they plant passion fruit, you actually deliberately put the farmer sticks, the reeds usually, and some poles, in order for the passion fruit to creep on and then
and
eventually.
see light.
So it's the same thing we're talking about, but he said it in a civil servant way, which is okay, we have understood. Now let's listen finally to Honorable Bill Fred on the same topic, breaking through the barriers. Is it mentorship or patronage?
Yeah, once again I want to thank Right Honorable Rosemary Namayanja. Actually, among the people you are with is my elder brother Jimmy Ebil. He's now RDC Kitgum. And Jojo Dongo, who is like a brother to me, who is a member of parliament for Yala. Those are you. That is your squad. I wanted you to acknowledge that. I want to thank the organizers of this symposium. I thank you, the moderator. Once again, I thank you, honorable members of parliament. I know you are busy people, but for you to give the youth time, it means a lot to them. And I thank my colleagues, secretaries general of the different political parties and the youth who are here. Here with me, I have two categories of people. I have the people who first voted for me. So whatever I say here will only be the truth, but not, how do they say it? The truth and nothing but the truth. As I acknowledge Honorable Namayanja's words of mentorship or patronage. So can the people of Kole who are here stand up for recognition in a special way? Including my son, by the way, my second born, Noah, a Bill who is studying medicine. He's also a voter, by the way. But I've not seen him standing up, Noah, a Bill. Yes. So that means I cannot lie when they are here, when I talk about my career. Yes. You know, Nabi Mohammed in his hadith, I told the other day the MPs, but they were making a lot of noise. They didn't listen to what I was trying to explain to them during the campaigns of the Yala. I was telling them that Nabi Mohammed in his hadith, peace be upon him, he said that always speak the truth, even if it's bitter. So I'll try to speak the truth about Honorable Namayanja's issue that she brought, which she concluded that is mentorship, not patronage, which is critical. So coming to 2006 election, I didn't have money. I went to contest, but I think I misfired because 2006, there's a rich man who came around 2004, who had a lot of money. I think he was a money bag. It was called John Ogwang. He had come back with a lot of pounds. At one time, I'm told he withdrew money and there was no money in Stanbic Lira. So I could call it misfiring. Then I went to contest with this man. Then voters were asking me, what are you looking for? Yeah. Because the man is giving people motorcycles. The man is marrying for people wives. The man is building houses for people. But you are here coming around, talking good stories, but not having any coin on you. Please, why don't you stand next time in 2011? We beg you. You are going to spoil for us things. I said, my friends, I'm also expressing interest. The good thing at that time, the nomination fees were just 200,000. So, unlike nowadays, which is 3 million. So it didn't hurt so much. Once you pay 200,000, you just ride on your bicycle and walk to some places where you cannot ride the bicycle and campaign. And remember, Kola at that time was a whole district. I became MP when it was still a whole district. So 2006 didn't go well for me, but I've never lost elections. Why I say I've never lost election is that I've never been the last in any elections. Even during my students, it's very dangerous for you to be the last. So there were many people who put money in this election, but they were last. I was around number 3 again. So, in spite of not having money, so the rich man took the day. He was old. He was about 72, 70 something. Now, I discovered one thing. I realized people love money. I said, let me, but I don't have capital. I finished my university a long time ago. I was trying to teach in a private school in Lira. Then I decided to open a tea company without capital. I just came, went to Kasaku tea company, talked to the management. I want to brand my own tea using your tea leaves. So I decided to call it King's Tea. I went and registered it, UNBS, everything was okay, paperwork. Then I decided to package it cheaply for 100 shillings at that time. So, because most of the tea leaves were for 500 and above, Mukwano was the one supplying there in the north. So I started marketing aggressively in the radio stations in Lango, Acholi, Kitgum, Gulu. Then some South Sudanese also were coming. But remember, I had no capital, but I talked to the management. They give me tea leaves. I take there, I repackage it. And then it was beautiful. The packaging was good. The quality was good. So King's Tea became a very big brand, and it was cheaper, but small. So Mukwano realized that there's some people like cheaper things. Then Mukwano, being a big brand, reduced the thing and made it even more, but at the same price. But it had a very beautiful packaging. So they chased me from the business. That is another story. So King's Tea collapsed. But I said, I'm not going to, looking at my children, because my children, they say I'm their mentor. So I cannot just sit back and say, I've lost elections, Mukwano has chased me out of business, I'm going to just sit. I stood up, I said, no, it was coming to 2010. I have to go back to politics now. Now remember, the rich man was now ending his term. I went to him, I said, I've realized that you are my father. Now I had to submit to him. I said, I've realized that you are my father. That I have a father, but political father. Then he said, but you've come. I don't want to contest anyway. You've come at the right time. I'll give you my team. The UPC team. Then I said, yeah, thank you. But remember, that team was used to money, big money. They were not in, changing pounds, and they were always, the campaign manager, like the chairman, you have to buy for him like a pickup or something like that. Yet I don't have money. So he handed over that expensive team to me. Then I said, now how will I start handling these people? Calling for a meeting, they need to. You call them for transport, you have to release money. Then I said, I will not fear. I decided to contact the young people. I just started putting them in the structures of the party, afresh. So I built a new UPC in Kole, because I knew this old UPC, much as it was strong, it had old people, but they knew money. So I created that team, that structure. So I competed against not an easy candidate also in primary, who was coming. For him, when he used to come for campaigns in primaries, he says, you look at my passport, I'm told you want to contest with me to go to parliament. You have never boarded a plane, I'm told so. Look at my passport. This is visa for this, visa for that, visa. And then he comes with a laptop. What? The man was scaring me, and I said, I think I may not go ahead with this campaign. But I had a very strong agent and support. I said, no, don't fear. He's trying to make you run away. That's what he's doing. He's intimidating. That means you are strong. He's fearing you. Because already you have the blessing of the old man. So I decided to continue organizing the structure. So what made me now to have an upper edge in the primaries was I'd created a young team, which was not expensive. So going to primaries to elect the chairman of the district, my team won. The chairman I wanted won, and it was from the largest sub-county, Alero. So the moment he won, the other man who was my strongest competitor ran away. He disappeared, he abandoned politics, and I knew that was the biggest threat that I had. I said, I'm now okay, good to go. No sooner had I said that, another rich professor came, Professor John, Professor Nape, all of you know him. He worked in Naro. He was the first to discover something. He has a lot of money like the other man. Then I said, I'm finished. I thought the other opponent was tough, but this one is even tougher. So I discovered my strength was, I had the other man who had blessed me, who had still the goodwill, the old man. So I held meetings at his home and also at my home, and also I accepted my fate that I'm not a rich man. So whenever my agents come that the other man is giving a lot of money, I said, no, go and get the money, then bring it to me, and we continue to do what? Campaigns. So they used to go to his home, get money, then we go on the road to campaign. By the time it reached elections night, I think these people of Kole can testify, nobody believed it, because the president even went when he was assured. He said, this is my next Minister of Agriculture. I'm told there's a young man people are talking about. He will not win. I know my man will win. So reaching election night, they were counting votes. I defeated the man with 80% of the votes. People were shocked. Without money. That was without money. So one thing Honorable Namanja was talking about, it either can be patronage or mentorship. The two people whom I credit for my political career are two. Not that old man. There is Honorable Felix Okotogong and Honorable Betty Amongi. Those two. Because in spite of all the difficulties I was facing, they were encouraging me to continue. The reports we are getting on the ground that you don't have money, but you are popular. Go ahead. So they encouraged me, and when I won, I thanked them for that. And up to today, I'm still grateful to them. So it all goes back to what Honorable Namanja was saying, that look at yourself. Be yourself. Have the confidence. And use your strength. Because if you know you're an orator, use that oratory power. Because you may not have money to compete with the money bags. The other thing also I would encourage the young people to do is try as much as possible to avoid the confrontational politics of insulting. Voters don't seem to like people who insult their opponents. So if you are positive politics is better. It helps you from one thing. You don't get too many enemies. So with that, I think I wanted just to discuss with you. But by and large, where are we now? Because we are talking about today. So I had some interview there. I was telling some people that our biggest challenge today in politics is the monetization of politics. So I believe that the young people here are so talented that if they take all of you to parliament, we would make a great parliament. But the biggest challenge is to get, first of all, the 3 million for nomination. Then the money for campaigns, which is hindering the youth. My prayer is, if you ask me where would I want to be, I want to go back to 19th November, 1863 in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where Abraham Lincoln said, he concluded by saying that what people always talk about, that I believe that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people has not perished on earth. I would want to go back and tell him he should not say only the people. He should say for all the people and by all the people. And of government of all the people, by all the people, and for all the people. Because today, the limitation of the youth not having money has made them, their voices to be shut out of the politics. Although the few who go through, you'll find either their fathers are somewhere or have money. So not all the youth are able to do what the other youth who come to parliament, how they succeed. In other words, they don't succeed, as you've heard from some of the testimonies. So my prayer is, finally, my prayer is we need to get money out of politics. Much as people are talking of getting the soldiers out of politics, I'm telling you, even if you get the soldiers out of politics of Uganda, I'm the one who has been agitating. I went to parliament as a Secretary General to tell the Human Rights Committee that let us get the soldiers out of politics. But when I went for Yala politics, there were no soldiers there. And I saw the problems which were there. It means that if with or without the soldiers still, we have a problem. So in other words, the problem is not the soldiers, the military, in politics of Uganda. But let us get money out of the politics of Uganda. With these few words, I commend this for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Bill and Mutanda, Honorable Nyamutoro, Julia, Dennis Ouma. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take only 6 questions or comments. And I've chosen 6 because there is Honorable Namayanja and then 5 persons on the panel. And ideally, we should have a question for each of them. So, because we have run, we have overshot our time and I need to get you to rest. I'm going to choose the other lady. I will choose this time this lady. She complained earlier. So there is the lady in black and then the one in a cream sweater. The third lady's hand is right at the back. And then I will choose the gentleman there with a yes, and then the one in a tie, and then let's see. Now, on that table, I picked someone earlier, so I'm trying to balance the tables. Even that one, I picked someone earlier. I will pick a table where I did not pick. So I'm trying to balance all the tables. So we will have those hands. Let's start with her. Someone give her the microphone. Very quick questions, no comments. Given the time constraint, I have to give them 6 minutes to respond to the questions as well.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Everyone present, a good evening to you all. My name is Marion Ainebiona, a student from Kampala University. I'm really so humbled to be part of this, and I'm so impressed by the people who are there presenting. Like the stories they are sharing, they are like my own stories. Because of recent, I was contesting as the guild president, but I lost the primary elections. But I'm someone who loves politics so much, and whenever I see people sharing such stories, they are my own. I urge all of us, especially people who are in position, to point out those people who have capabilities. Because I lost the election, I didn't have enough money. People were like, Marion is good, but we cannot vote her because she doesn't have what to give us. So it is very good that if you have that chance, whenever you go where there are young people, at least if you are in that position to point out someone who has the capabilities and the ideas, it is always very good. I'm so much humbled. Thanks so much. Keep inspiring us as we also inspire other people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Marion. Let's have the microphone here.
Thank you very much. My name is Amon Alice. I come from UK, that is United Kingdom. I thank you all the panelists for the work well done. I feel for the organizing committee that organized this wonderful platform for some of us as young women, that the time, I feel that the time was not enough for the panelists to exhaust their experience so that we can also feel, because there is Honorable Siranda talked about failing 4 times. If at all he was given enough time, he would even share the problems that he went through and could maybe guide us. Secondly, my sister from Nebi, Afoyo Mater, but I really wanted you to share with me because I also feel like I am capable to become a member of parliament from the north. I really wanted you to share with me your experience as a person from the north. I know it is not easy for us, but I really wanted to share you share something with me. Maybe I'll look for you to share with me something, because the north is not easy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand is of the lady at the back. The lady at the back. I know the ladies that I had already picked. Please, I will be balancing tables. I will come back to you. The lady at the back near the pillar.
Thank you everyone. I would love to take this opportunity to appreciate our panelists. I really appreciate the knowledge you share with us. But first of all, I would love to agree with what Honorable Matanda said. Mentorship is something vital to us. We, the youth, we can't really mentor ourselves. At least, maybe for those who are exposed, can mentor themselves or think for themselves what is good. But you can't tell someone who's coming from deep down in the village, from schools where even they can take a week without seeing a car passing, to mentor themselves. It's us to go in deep down the village to mentor those young girls and boys, because they are looking after us. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Okay. There is the hand in front of you here. Yeah. Oh.
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Francis Shah. I'm from Gulu. Since people are mentioning where they're from.
It's okay.
I'm also the Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, and I so happen to be in the NRM Secretariat where I am being mentored. But now my opinion on mentorship versus patronage is that as Karl Marx wrote in the German ideology, he said that the ideology of the ruling class is the ruling ideology, because the ruling class will always own the means of mass production, and that is the mentor production. The problem here is that when the ideology is one that is not being owned by people because there are no structured mentorship programs, national mentorship programs, then the only thing we go to is deputization and appointments, where you see in Uganda we are appointing RDCs, deputy RDCs as a form of mentorship when it is actually not. Then you see people taking up assistants in offices, and this becomes a problem. But reality versus, some sort of ideology, dream. I think that in the Ugandan perspective, we cannot draw a line between mentorship and patronage. We need a blend of both if we are to develop and become the kind of leaders we want to be. Because there is no one who is going to mentor you without a clear-cut interest. Because of the interest they will have, they will patronize you. But are they actually giving you the chance to grow? And that is the mentorship for you. Okay. So I think that we shouldn't draw a line between, but we shouldn't also make one overpower the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting. There is a gentleman on your right.
Thank you so much. I'm from Chisoro district, and my name is Afashimana Asimwe, and I serve in UNSA as the Secretary for National Affairs. My question goes to Mr. Fred, Honorable Fred. When you were getting done with your presentation, you put that we need to do away with the commercialization of politics. And my question is, what steps are you taking, and do you see us as a country heading there? Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, there is the hand of someone in a brown jacket, I think.
Thank you, Bwana Charles. My name is Kakai Nimrod. I'm a youth from Namisindwa district. My question, we'll be talking about breaking barriers. And this, I speak as a member of the National Resistance Movement, youth. When you talk about breaking barriers, in these political parties we belong to, the problem of favoritism. Now my question goes to Fred and other Secretary Generals who are in the House, is that what are you doing to help the young people to compete favorably at the national level? For example, a youth from Namisindwa who has no one big in the background or no godfather, godmother to come and compete at the national level with that one who has a godfather or godmother as a political party across the political parties. What are they doing to help to ensure that the young people compete in the same way? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we get one microphone to Honorable Namayanja? I'm going to start with, I'm giving each of them 1 minute each, because we have run badly with time. So I'm going to request each of them to have a minute, just a minute, to respond to the issues that have been raised and to wind up.
Thank you very much, Charles. I just want to put context to the statement I made. If somebody is using you, use them. My context was, and it's not university, it depends on the circumstances on the ground. I was coming from university as a very active student, political activist, I would say. And in the Greater Luero area, there was an ex-official minister who wanted to become an MP, and according to her, she had gotten this young person very active and is going to, you know, send her here, there, the other time, but I mean the other place. But I also used that opportunity because in Iruwelo then, it was very difficult for you to go and contest and say, I am from UID, I am going to win this election. So I used the proximity to a senior minister, you get it, to advance my political goals. And the rest is history. So when I say they use you, if you detect somebody is using you, but it's also very important, allow me, Charles, to say this. Yes, we want mentors. And I'll use my personal experience now as a leader. There are many young people that come to us. And every time they come to you, there must be a problem somewhere, a problem the other side, a problem the other side, and a problem the other side. They will get off the radar. I had still another person, another leader from our area. Every time I would go, it was, you have this as transport. Get this as transport. I stopped going there because I needed mentorship from her, and I didn't want her to believe that every time I go there, I must get transport. So I would walk back to Makerere on foot because I treasured the relationship. So I stopped going there until when she looked for me, and I told that person that, you know, whenever I come here, you are giving me money, but it is exactly not what brings me here. So you must know what you're dealing with. Then the issue of role modeling and mentorship, it is, yes, it's both, Mr. Matanda. It's both. That's why I said, maybe I didn't use the language you used, that I don't have to be near somebody or to tell them that they are mentoring me, but I learn from them. And that when I come to meetings like this, or if I have an opportunity to engage, that can be mentorship. But otherwise, somebody said, how do you mentor us? Where are they? How do you come from the village? Most of our leaders have come from very far without mentorship. And I agree with Mr. Matanda that nobody would look for you until you render yourself relevant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Bill, 1 minute.
Thank you, moderator. Let me also thank you, because it's good to thank somebody when he's still alive. You're a good moderator. I want to thank all the participants. I've got only 2 questions. The other ones, they thanked me. Mr. Hata Shimana, I believe that name comes from Kisoro, asked that what are we doing as Secretaries General about the issue of commercialization of politics. In the last Parliament, 10th Parliament, me and my colleagues, the Secretaries General who are here, Secretaries General who are here, went to the Speaker of Parliament to request them to reduce nomination fees to go to 200,000 like it used to be before. And actually, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga agreed to our suggestion. But as you know, the leader of Parliament cannot make a decision alone. I think Parliament, the whole Parliament should have moved it. That is where it stopped. It was a proposal by IPOD Secretaries General. But all is not lost. We are still pursuing it. As I've told you, as IPOD Secretaries General, we shall meet the President of Uganda, who commands his caucus, and the leadership of the NRM caucus to try to advocate. Let them either totally remove the nomination fees or reduce it to where it was when I went to Parliament, 200,000, to enable the young people also participate in these elections. We shall continue to engage. Namisindwa man, my man from my district, Namisindwa. In fact, your issue is not far much different about mentorship. How do we help even somebody from far away from, like Namisindwa, to come up? In UPC, we are starting a new UPC. We have decided to rebrand it. We are going to make UPC a new UPC for a new Uganda, because we have discovered that every time people are talking about UPC, people look at the UPC of 1962. And that branding has made people to think that the UPC of 1962 is the UPC of today. This UPC has changed. The UPC of 1962 or 1980 couldn't have worked the way we are working with these other parties. You get it? We have shifted a bit. We have said Uganda is for all of us. Much as we come from different political ideologies, our future is shared. So we are trying to see how to also bring new talents and also help the youth to ensure that they come into the mainstream politics. And I would invite you to join UPC so that you... I'm sorry. So that you see it firsthand that we are trying to... Is there a problem? You know, the late Okule Park used to ask, whenever we were in meeting, the late Okule Park, he would ask us, have I spoken something wrong? When he hears people murmuring. So I was just trying to invite you to UPC to see how we are doing. You cannot join it, but also pass by at Uganda House, ask questions that you want to ask. Here with UPC members I have, can UPC members stand up? I have a very big group.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you.
so I think you will go to Uganda House and see for yourself how we are doing it. I believe all the other parties are doing the same. Thank you, moderator. May God bless you all. I speak all this for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bill. Let's hear from Matanda.
Thank you very much. In conclusion, possibly the conversation we are having here is a mentorship session. And so I would urge my young friends to seek out, since we may not have formal mentorship programs at the national level, to seek out mentorship sessions like this one. And then on the side of the policymakers and the political actors, I'm happy I heard Honorable Namanja saying she's now doing politics at a strategic level. At that strategic level, I think that, and then I've heard about secretaries general, I've learned that from Honorable Bill, who are here, that within your political parties and then as a country, we have to think about formal mentorship programs. I know that some people haphazardly are taken to Chankwanzi. That is supposed to be a national leadership training institution that should be open to all. I think it can be formalized to a level where the processes are open and it is clear, such that people can learn leadership one-on-one, learn about the history of our country, the future of our country, the threats we have, such that beyond just the politicking, we have a leadership that is grounded on the issues that matter to us. I will not end without thanking the institutions that have made this possible. Please keep at it. It counts, and it's not in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro.
I'll start with a word of encouragement from the few questions that were raised. My brother from Namisindwa, the young lady at the back, and my sister from UK. Their concerns all rotate around a situation that we have all grown up in, about life not being easy, about how you thrive through tough situations. And I want to encourage all of you that being from the village has never been a bad thing. We are all villagers. I don't know, maybe Julia isn't, but I am a typical village girl. And the only way you're going to be proud of the village you come from is by showcasing your potential. And that will become the first identity point of mentorship, if you seek out any. The Honorable Matanda used Luganda that I am not very familiar with in his context, but what he meant is actually you utilizing your best abilities to prove that you are worth whatever you want to become. And when you do that, there is no situation whatsoever that will be a barrier. Stop this pity game of talking here and there that I am from the village, I am less privileged. No, no one is going to pity you because of that. No one pitied us. But I mean, we are in the city and we are turning tables, aren't we? So why wouldn't you have the same spirit? Do not be fooled by anybody. This gentleman, at least I can refer to Charles as my uncle, he went to school without shoes. But he's holding the best national podiums today. And so did Matanda, and so did many of us. Actually, the ones who are in the city also have to prove themselves against the potential that we showcase. And if they can't do any better, we thrive. And that is the spirit that every young person is supposed to have. I get very discouraged when I hear it coming out as a sentiment of pity, because I have never found it as a disadvantage. It should actually be your driving force, that you are from a place that gives you an environment of asking questions. You were uncomfortable from the start, so you want to make the situation better. And that is the reason as to why you are striving to become who you are. I think if we all followed that path, we are good to go.
Good.
Allow me to thank our partners. As the Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Youth Forum, thank you so much for believing in young people, and thank you for investing your resources and time in seeing that we create these spaces.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Mumuza.
Thank you. I'd like to start off where Honorable Nyamtoro stopped. Some of the reasons that we actually hang on and pity ourselves are actually things that should be driving force, like she mentioned. Eventually, for me, all the campaigns I ran, like I mentioned earlier, I knew I did not have the #1 support I needed. So I literally started off my campaigns with zero, like no finances. The first people I thought would support me, they all said no. But eventually that, all the things that you look at limiting factors, eventually are things you should not focus your eyes on. For me, at least, it has been a driving force. Eventually, when people see the potential, when people see how much effort you're putting in, things start falling into place. At least for me and all my campaigns, I started off at nothing, but I've seen very many people come through for me because, just like everyone said, they eventually saw that I was trying. I was offering myself, wanted to make things better. So I just want to encourage all the young people here. For us, we are going to exist in very many spaces. We are going to meet each other in very many forums, maybe in the parliament, wherever, in very many forums. But one thing I want to encourage you all is, it goes back to each of us. For me, I think if I had sat down and pitied myself, I lost the election. I mean, when I told my parents I lost, they told me, no, it's a good reason for you to focus on books. But that's not what I wanted. Eventually, I stayed on course, not because I had the people around me who would believe in me, but because I wanted to change something. I wanted to eventually be a mentor to someone. I eventually wanted to share my story with someone, so it kept me pushing. So I just want to encourage us all. The reasons that would discourage you from taking up space should actually be the driving force, because eventually when you make it, your journey, your story is a testimony. I mean, if Honorable Nyamtoro, you are wondering how she did it, if she did not come out, you would never wonder how she would have gotten where she is today. So if you get out there and take up the space, then tomorrow you're the next person who will be mentoring others. Thank you so much for putting this together. We appreciate as the young people, and thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Finally, Dennis Oboa.
Ouma.
Sorry, Ouma.
Yes. 2 issues very quickly. One, thank you, Dr. Rosa, and team for putting this symposium together, and specifically for having this ramp on this podium. It's not every day. that organizers pay attention to detail as much as you have done in as far as disability inclusion is concerned. I'm sure that there are many people out there who mean well for the young people as well. Now, two, I want to give the young people here today their biggest weapon in this country. Their globally acknowledged SDGs, which is a blueprint for global peace and prosperity. However, achieving all of them, ending hunger, ending poverty, ending HIV, seems like a huge mountain. One that is incapable of getting accomplished by 2030. What am I saying? There are so many barriers that the youths clearly see in front of them. But your biggest weapon today is your statistic in this country. Your numbers in this country. It should not simply remain on paper. However, put to use your number as a driving force in advocacy, as a driving force at policy level. Once the young people in this country put their force, put their numbers behind a cause, you are undefeatable. If you put forth a candidate, for example, and rally behind the candidate, a policy and rally behind that policy, there is no amount of pressure, no amount of money, no amount of intimidation that can override the huge numbers of the young people. Put your numbers to use. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ouma. Thank you very much, Honorable Bill, Honorable Fiona. Thank you very much, Matanda, Julia, and Honorable Ross Namayanja. Thank you very much, all you participants. And I like the passion and the active participation. I have observed those that wanted to really come into the discussion, but you will appreciate that we haven't had all the time on our hands. Tomorrow we are going to have another interesting day, which will begin at 8 with registration. The announcement to all of you is that you need to come early so that you can register in time with the Secretariat. And by 9 exactly, we should be starting the discussion with a recap of today's discussion, and then looking at the different experiences, yet very interesting experiences that will be shared tomorrow. So come, ensure that you come in big numbers as you did today, even tomorrow. But finally, let us all clap when I mention these organizations that have made this possible. Akina Mama wa Afrika, thank you very much. The Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, thanks a lot, Frank and the team, for putting this together. Thanks a lot to the Multiparty Youth Forum for the organization. The Open Space. Then, of course, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Youth Affairs that many MPs here are members of. The Power of Dialogue Consortium, part of the organizers. And the National Youth Council that many of you members are part of. And other partners like the EU who have been here with us. And the UN Women. Thank you all very much. And to all of you in your different capacities as leaders of youth, of young people from across the country, Thank you all very much. And God bless you all this evening. Let's meet again here tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Thank you. It is science.